All right, I think that's my cue. So we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. We'll go ahead and start with a roll call.
Sorry, unruly mouse this morning. Tony Doan, Council Chair.
Here.
Chell Anderson.
Present.
Jay Arnold.
Here.
Todd Bayreuther.
Here.
Micah Chappell. Damon Doyle.
Present.
Al French.
Present.
Roger Haringa.
I'm here.
Bob Hamlin. Matthew Hepner. Craig Holt.
Present.
Peter Reiki.
I don't think Peter's audio is working, but he did turn his mic on and tried to say something.
Here.
There it is.
There it is.
Did you get me?
Good, yep.
Okay, I'm here.
Katie Sheehan.
I'm here.
Caroline Traub.
Here.
Corey Wilker.
Here.
Quickly going through, making sure we don't have anybody stuck in the waiting room. Go back, Micah Chappell. Bob Hamlin.
Matthew emailed me last night. He had some conflicts and he won't attend. I was trying to say it, but I was muted. Sorry about that.
Okay. On to ex officio members. Senator Linda Wilson. Senator John Lovick.
I'm here and happy to be here. Good morning.
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 Representative Larry Hoff.
Here.
Representative Alex Ramel.
Morning, everybody.
Lauren Lathrop from the Department of Labor and Industries.
I am here.
And the council's council assistant attorney general, Dirk Meyer-Bachtel.
I'm here, thank you.
So we do have a quorum.
Okay, and Krista, just a note, when I look at the attendees and not the panelists, Micah showed up and he had raised his hand, but he was under attendees, not a panelist.
Let me see if I can find him and move him over.
I guess he didn't use the link that was sent to him. He used the link from the website. This is why.
I'm not seeing his name.
Yeah, now I'm not seeing it either. So maybe he's trying to find the link right now. So
You trying to find me? I'm here.
hey, there he is.
There he is.
Welcome, Micah.
Too many emails to go through to find the right link. Sorry.
Yeah.
We apologize for the inconvenience. We really wanted to use the easy version of Zoom, but you all know what happened with that. So
Yeah. Okay, with that, we will move to anyone that would like to be recognized from the public. This will be those in the attendees list. If you would like to raise your hand, then I will allow you to talk in order of hand raised, and we'll go from there. And Carolyn, go ahead.
Yeah, Carolyn Logue, representing the Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association and Northwest Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association.
Thank you, Carolyn. Welcome. And Tim?
Tim Atterbury, Associated General Contractors of Washington.
Thank you, Tim. Welcome. Larry, go ahead.
Larry Andrews, Andrews Mechanical. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rachel, go ahead.
Good morning, Rachel Jameson, American Wood Council.
Thank you. Bruce, go ahead.
Bruce Chatton, Washington Aggregates and Concrete Association.
Thank you. And Kathleen, go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Kathleen Petrie, King County.
Thank you, Kathleen. And Holly, go ahead.
Hi, I'm here to speak to item 7, but my name's Holly Towns. I'm a longtime mechanical engineer in the state of Washington.
Thank you, Holly. Chris, go ahead.
Chris Edmark, Thurston County.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome. Gavin, go ahead.
Gavin Tenold, Northwest Renewables in Spokane.
Welcome, Gavin.
Tony, I see Senator Wilson is raising her hand. I guess she's on the wrong link too.
Okay. Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Am I in the wrong link? I just got on. I just wanted to say I was here. Senator Wilson from the 17th Legislative District. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. And John, go ahead.
Yeah, John Wasteman, representing the Composite Lumber Manufacturers Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Mike Ennis here on behalf of the Association of Washington Business.
Welcome, Michael. Thank you. Andrea, go ahead.
Hello, Andrea Smith here on behalf of the Building Industry Association of Washington.
Welcome, Andrea. Sean, go ahead.
Good morning, Sean Deniston, New Buildings Institute.
Welcome, Sean. John, go ahead.
Hi, my name is John Matheson. I'm a professional engineer, Seattle, Washington.
Welcome, John. Thank you. Marcus?
Why are they bringing out the heavies?
Yep, thanks for having us this morning. Marcus Vierto, Western Washington Solar Energy Industry Association.
Okay, welcome, Marcus. Thank you. Stan, go ahead.
With the Institute of Washington.
Thank you, Stan. Pat, go ahead.
Pat Holm, and I'm a grandparent and retired ecology employee here to comment on item 7.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. And Nancy, go ahead.
Nancy Bernard, Indoor Air Quality Specialist with the Washington State Department of Health, member of the Mechanical Ventilation Tag.
Okay, thank you. Terry, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Terry Beals, representing Sound Transit on construction and regulatory issues.
Thank you, Terry. Welcome. There's a familiar name. Ray, go ahead.
Good morning, Ray Shipman, building official for the city of DuPont.
Welcome, Ray. Joseph, go ahead. Looks like you're on mute still, Joseph. Okay, we'll try and come back to Joseph. Looks like.
Sorry.
There you are. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Joe Swaya here on the from the Clean Codes Coalition, retired high school teacher here to speak on item 7.
Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate it. Welcome. And Tom, go ahead.
Good morning, Tom Kozitzki. I'm with APA, the Engineered Wood Association.
Okay, welcome. Thank you, Tom. And Greg, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Greg Davenport, representing Mitsubishi Electric.
Welcome, Greg. Thank you. Monica, go ahead. That might be an issue. It looks like in order for me to allow Monica to talk, she's using an older version of Zoom. So I'd have to promote her to panelist in order to speak. Is that going to be a problem, Stoyan or Krista?
Well, if there is not another option, then.
Okay, I'm going to promote her to a panelist momentarily so she can make herself known.
You're in charge, so you can promote and demote her.
Thank you so much. My name is Monica Zazueta. I'm a concerned mama that's speaking for the Alliance for Community Engagement on item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tian.
Hi, Tian Peng, National Ready Mix Concrete Association, former member of the SBCC.
Welcome, Tian. Thank you. Okay, Scott.
Scott Peterson with the Northwest Gas Association.
Welcome, Scott. Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Chris Covert Bowles, Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility on item 7.
Thank you, Scott. Kinley.
Hi, Kinley Deller, King County Solid Waste.
Welcome, Kinley. Thank you. Bill, go ahead.
Got to get every job.
Bill Will, Washington Solar Energy Industries Association.
Welcome. Thank you. Kim, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kim Barker with King County Permitting.
Welcome, Kim. Johnny, go ahead.
Johnny Kocher here with Rocky Mountain Institute, one of the proponents of a few of the different proposals. Sorry if my volume's not working. I'll change the microphone. Just to clarify, are we just doing introductions now? This isn't necessary for public comment on agenda item 7 later?
That is correct. This is just welcome and introductions so the public can be known. Ryan, go ahead.
Good morning, Ryan Mello here from the Pierce County Council.
Welcome. Tom, go ahead.
Good morning, Tom Davis with the Washington Forest Protection Association.
Thank you, Tom. Rich, go ahead.
Rich Bogut with Sierra Club, talking on item number 7.
Thank you. Mark, go ahead.
Tope. Hi, this is Mark Frankel from Ecatope. Thank you.
Welcome, Mark. Nagmana.
Good morning. This is Nagmana Shirazi from the Lands Council Climate Justice Program Director in Spokane for item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, go ahead.
This is Wendy Krakauer. I'm
I think you got muted in the middle of that. You want to try that again, Wendy?
sorry about that. This is Wendy Krakauer. I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club. I'm here to speak on item 7.
Thank you, Wendy. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Brian DeHart. I'm a member of the Sierra Club. I'm also a UX designer and a musician, and I'm here to speak on item 7 today.
Okay, welcome, Brian. And David.
Hi, I'm David Morton. I'm a chemist and environmentalist here to speak on item 7.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. If you have already been introduced, please lower your hand. I see some names in here that I don't think we've gotten to. Virginia, go ahead.
This is Virginia Lohr from Vashon.
Thank you. And Kevin, were we able to get to you?
Yes, this is Kevin with Northwest Natural. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chrissy, go ahead.
Hello, this is Chrissy Cooley. I'm Vice Chair of Tacoma Public Utilities.
Thank you. Evan, go ahead. Evan, go ahead.
This is Evan Leonard with Artisan Electric.
Thank you, Evan.
Jim Lazar, former tag member on several code cycles, here to speak on items 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Simon, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Simon Bakke, resident of Bellingham, and with the organization Resources.
And Seth, go ahead.
Hi, Seth Holt, Lehigh Hansen Cement Company, and also board member of Washington Aggregates and Concrete Association, here to speak on item number 7.
Okay, thank you. Dylan, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hey there, this is Dylan Plummer. I'm a senior campaign representative with the Sierra Club, hoping to speak on item 7.
Thank you, Dylan. Okay, that concludes welcome and introductions. Let's go ahead and jump to item number 2, which is review and approve the agenda. The agenda is shared on the screen right now. Take a look over that. Damon, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move that we take item 8 and move it above item 7.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Damon, would you like to speak to your motion? Or?
Yes, if I may.
Yes,
this is in response to a severe material shortage. And as a residential home builder, I think it's important that we find some resolution here, and I think we've got good solutions. So I look forward to discussion.
Okay, thank you, Damon. Any further discussion? Alex, go ahead.
I just heard a lot of people here to speak on agenda item 7. Seems like we could, whatever we can do to expedite item 7 will help more people get on with the rest of the day faster. Speaking against the motion.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ramon. Any other discussion? Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, is request for reconsideration, is that the solar industry letter or is that some other request?
Good question. I'll have Stoyan go ahead and touch on the request for reconsideration.
Sorry, the request for reconsideration is from the Washington Public Utility District Association.
Chell, go ahead.
Okay, isn't that part of the, oh, okay, that's part of the commercial energy code. So
this
we
is
wouldn't
for the commercial
necessarily
energy
cover
code group 1 codes, yes. And
okay.
The reason it's here is because the council has 60 days to act on it.
Okay, and I guess from my perspective, we have certain business that we need to get to today. from the timeline perspective, what is shown on the screen as item 8 is very critical to maintaining our timeline. So I would like to make sure we get to that and have adequate time to fully consider that and move that along. So I'll be speaking, or I'm speaking against the motion to move 7 ahead of 8, simply for council business needs to move on. And we have a packed agenda today.
Thank you, Joe. Todd, did you have something?
Similar sentiment. Let's prioritize 8, please. The code changes.
Thank you, Todd. Any further discussion? Okay, with that, we'll do a roll call.
Point of order. Is the motion to approve the agenda with the modification or just to make the modification?
I'll clarify with, as I was the maker of the motion, that it's to approve the agenda as modified.
Thank you, Damon, for the clarification. Craig, are you good with that as the second?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and do our roll call.
Joe Anderson,
Nay.
Jay Arnold,
Nay.
Todd Bayreuther.
Nay.
Was that a nay?
Nay.
Micah Chappelle,
No.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
Aye.
Craig Holt,
Aye.
Peter Reiki,
Nay.
Katie Sheehan, nay. Caroline Traub,
No.
Corey Wilker.
Aye.
Motion fails 8-5.
Al, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So we're still dealing with the agenda as presented originally.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to make a motion that we defer action on the residential energy code until Senator Wilson's letter to Tara Smith is addressed with regard to the conflict of interest and how it might impact the recommendations out of the energy code tag.
This is Corey. I'll second the motion. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
All French is referring to a letter that was submitted to the DES director. And there are some statements in this letter that are misleading. I don't want to say incorrect. We do not have any contract for cost benefit analysis for residential code. This is very important to state. Okay. The contract with Ecotop was for the commercial energy code, which was already adopted. For the residential energy code, we do not have contract yet with anybody.
Okay, thank you, Stoyan. We have a motion and a second. And so with that, I would like to open that up to discussion. And Stoyan, maybe some of your comments would be a little more timely once the discussion and groundwork gets laid for that. With that, opening it up for discussion, Al, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yes, I would. So, Stoya, does that mean that Ecotop will not be considered as a consultant for the economic analysis?
That's correct, yes.
So they've been eliminated out of that consideration.
I wouldn't say they've been eliminated, but I didn't want to open the Third World War. Okay, so Ecotop did a good job with the first task they had for the commercial code. My job is to conduct a fair process, so I wouldn't use the term eliminated, but they won't be used for the residential code.
So I would take exception to your statement that they did a good job. I thought it was lacking in a lot of areas, and fully hope that it'll be the subject of litigation yet to come. So I would, based upon any assurances that the ecotope will not be considered, then my motion stands.
Okay, thank you, Al. Corey, did you second that one?
I did, and I'll second again.
Okay, do you have anything to discuss on that? Would you like to make any comments?
There are a number of issues that came up with it, and part of it was the letter as well. And so I'm concerned about the integrity of the vote.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I find that last minute items intended to cast a shadow over the council and the tag and how we work are not that helpful. Midnight allegations should not hold sway over our process. Legitimate concerns need to go through a process of finding out whether they violated by law or statute, which Senator Wilson started yesterday. Simply starting a process the day before an important vote to move something into a more robust public process is, well, I guess it's unfortunate from the fact that it casts a shadow, but it's also, it shouldn't hold sway over what we decide today because it simply happened yesterday. Patrick's letter talks about making a similar suggestion okay, I guess if we're talking about Senator Wilson's letter, that occurred very recently, and we need to see that process through. And if in the end the process is found to be flawed, we can figure out how to remedy that. But in the meantime, we need to move forward with the council business, which is what I was mentioning earlier. I have a lot of thoughts on what Patrick sent to the council, but I don't know that we're discussing that. I think we're discussing Senator Wilson's letter. So I guess I do have a few more things so that I can, I guess, finish up here. Every motion is voted on by the tag. So even if someone made a motion and another person seconded it, all of the motions need, 9 or 10 or many more votes to pass. So it's not like having two entities from the same organization is somehow, making the process completely unfair or something like that. TAG is made up of volunteers. It's actually pretty hard to find people to join the TAG and spend all the time that the TAG spends considering the technical merits of what's going on there. And so I guess, the TAG's done great work, and I really don't like it when there's shadows cast over it that are not substantiated, that are simply allegations. Thank you.
Joe, Micah, go ahead.
I just had a question on the letter from Senator Wilson. Was that provided to the full SBCC council? And I'm not seeing that on the public website. Is this a letter that's available to the public or available to other council members? I do see that we got an email forwarded from Annette mentioning Patrick, but I'm not seeing this letter. I'm not seeing it as part of the public record, so I'm not sure how that can be considered under this motion for modifying the agenda. So where is it?
I can provide clarity on that. The letter was sent to the DES director, and I was CC on the email. So
I guess that would be the question. Can that letter be considered as an item or reason to uphold a modification to the agenda if it was not part of the meeting documents? That's kind of the legality question. Maybe it can be, but it would be nice to see the letter and understand the concerns. I'm not sure how I can objectively vote on something that I have no real significant knowledge of, and how it could be included as the reason to modify or change the agenda based on something I don't have any knowledge of. Thanks.
Currently, I consider this letter out of this rulemaking process because it wasn't directed to the council. It was sent to the DES director.
Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Well, sure. I'm just listening to all these comments here. We did copy the council on, I believe, on that letter. And Stoyan, you did indicate that you were sending it to all of the members. Isn't that correct?
No, the letter was sent to the DES director. I have no authority there. I was copied on the email, and usually if I'm copied at the email, it means for my information only. And I forwarded Patrick's email to the council members as it was discussed with Patrick. So
okay, I will verify that, but that was it. We did intend to get it to all of the council members. I wanted to also comment on a comment that was just made about how these things are thrown into the mix at a very late date. I'm sorry that I can't see into the future and know what issues come up as we go along. So there's no intention for that. It's as we see issues, we will bring them forward, which is the reason behind the letter. So I would like to know, is it your intention then to ignore the letter because you say it didn't get to you and it's not part of your issue here, that it's just the DES issue, even though you are under the purview of the DES? Because
the letter, again, was addressed to the DES director, and there wasn't any question for me. And again, as I stated before, 10 minutes ago, there were some allegations in this letter that I consider misleading, because again, we do not have any contract yet with anybody for the residential code. If the letter was addressed to me or to the council, I would distribute it to the council members, but it wasn't. So my understanding was, Senator Wilson, we didn't want me to be the main person for this letter, or the council, you directed it to the DES director. So
which you're under the purview of.
Administratively, yes. However, the council has all authority related to code adoption.
Okay, but Ecotope is the one that you're contracting with under the SBCC, correct?
Your statements in your letter are related to the Energy Code Residential, and you are citing the technical advisory group for the Energy Code Residential, and Ecotope doesn't have a contract for the Energy Code Residential.
So you would like me to write you another letter so that to ask the same questions of the entire SBCC?
You can, but it's not related to this meeting. It's not related to the Energy Code Residential. If you can write any letter you want, I'll take it into consideration. I will discuss it with you if you want, but it's not related to the residential energy code, is what I'm trying to say.
Senator Wilson, while you're here and have your hand up, I can't help but feel a little bit in between two sides here without full information. Is there something you can put on record that basically states what the issue is within your letter, since the rest of the council has not seen it, so we can put it on record, please?
We are discussing the RCW 4252020. So it's activities incompatible with public duties. And that states that no state officer may have an interest, financial or otherwise, direct or indirect, or engage in a business or transaction or professional activity, or incur an obligation of any nature that is in conflict with the proper discharge of the state officer's official duties. And a state officer is then defined as a person, every person holding a position of public trust in or under an executive, legislative, or judicial office of the state. This definition includes members of boards. So we're asking, had the agency done a legal analysis of the third-party contracting process? Because we can see this, it was brought up in the TAG meeting that there was a conflict of interest here. That's the reason for the letter.
Thank you for that clarification, Senator Wilson. I think that gives the council members a little more to go off of. Thank you. Anything further, Senator Wilson?
Well, I just wanted to indicate that Ecotop does have an alternate on the commercial code tag, and they shouldn't have been had that contract then. And Henry Odom is an alternate.
Thank you. Representative Ramel.
Thank you. Question and then a comment. Stoyan, can you clarify whether members of the TAG have any decision-making authority about contractors for the economic impact analysis that will be done?
The technical advisory group members are, their job is to provide a recommendation. They don't make decision, they don't sign contracts, they don't even make decision for a code proposals. They provide recommendation, and then their recommendation goes to the standing committees, and then the council is the entity that makes the decisions. Ecotop, the involvement of Ecotop was discussed a lot. A few months before the contract was signed, I stated for the record that we'll be signing contracts with Ecotop, and this letter from Senator Wilson came yesterday. And again, it was related to the residential energy code. I'm sorry. If I get this complaint before, I would investigate and I would check the how the vote was going, and again, submitted yesterday for a different code. I don't know why it should be discussed right now at this meeting.
Gotcha. Thank you. So my comment is just that before taking on this role, I didn't realize how much work the state benefits from the TAG groups, most of which is volunteer work, folks dedicating their valuable time and expertise to help our state make better decisions on the code. I really appreciate all of that work, and just want to acknowledge that. There is an insinuation here of impropriety that I don't see evidence for. I did receive the letter yesterday. I don't see what the allegation really is. It seems like a vague insinuation. I suggest that we move on, and appreciate the work of the TAG. Thanks.
Thank you. Micah, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up with Senator Wilson and ask if the email from Patrick, was that information part of your letter? Because I did review that email, and the information on your letter was very beneficial, but I wanted to ask if that was an additional part of it. Thanks.
No, there was no correlation between my letter and Patrick's. No.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the info.
Mm-hmm.
Craig, go ahead.
Thank you. A few things here. I, as a board member, did receive this letter. It was forwarded to me by Annette a few minutes or maybe an hour or so after the email from Patrick. So I would have to think that the board members received it. I don't think Annette knows me well enough to just to send me something isolated like that. And taken in tandem, I think it's a situation where, first of all, Ecotop is very impressive. I've had the opportunity to sit in several of the tags, and I agree with the representative that they do a lot of good work and a lot of good representation. However, Ecotop has a lot of influence in these, and if there's an undue influence or conflict of interest, I think it should be taken a hard look taken at it to understand that we're not being influenced by undue pressure from people who are truly experts and do very, very good and important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Damon, go ahead.
I'm a little confused. I sat through the last few TAG meetings, and a vast amount of research, modeling, and in fact, a complete rewrite of Table 406 was done by Henry. Did he do that all voluntarily?
Yes.
Yes, Damon, as far as I know, he did that voluntarily.
Jay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, without the benefit of seeing the details of this, what I'm gleaning from this conversation is the discussion is whether we need to defer consideration of the residential energy code because of some future contract on economic impact. And if this process is going to follow what happened with the commercial code, the question that we have today is whether to put these out for public comment, and the economic impact study beyond what the proponents have submitted happens later. So I see no reason to make any change to our agenda, and we should move forward.
Thank you, Jay. Representative Hoff.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with Mr. Holt. How we deal with kind of a suggestion that there may be a conflict of interest is certainly up to the board. But whether we consider it, I think, is beyond the question. If indeed there's even a hint of some impropriety, that could really cloud any decisions we make today, as well as how we reverse those or consider them in the future. So the fact that we should consider the Senator Wilson's letter is beyond a question. How we consider it, I think, is up to the board.
Thank you, Representative Hoff. Any further discussion?
Tony, if I can add something.
Go ahead, Swain.
Again, I will state it again. We are here to discuss the energy code residential. There are no contracts signed for the energy code residential. I think I asked the council members twice if you have suggestions, so I'm open. Everything that was mentioned here is related to the commercial energy code. It's not part of this agenda. If the council members believe that there should be a special meeting to discuss that, yes, but the commercial energy code is not part of this agenda. For the residential energy code, one more time, there is no contract signed with anybody.
Okay. Micah, go ahead.
So I don't want to discount the concerns by Senator Wilson's letter and the information from Patrick, and do think that needs to be explored. However, when you look at the bylaws and the technical advisory group's role, they're not doing rulemaking. They are looking at the technical merits of the proposals. And sometimes those technical merits are developed by those tag members. Obviously, I work on groups that develop technical information. And so I don't think it's necessarily a conflict of interest to provide technical information and technical guidance, whether or not they get a contract later date or not. Looking at the bylaws, again, the tag is not making the rules. That's the body, the full SBCC council. So I don't think that the tag makeup or tag membership is doing something that they shouldn't. I believe that if they, are in the business of reviewing these in the future, that's something that needs to be addressed then. However, currently, I think the tag is doing the work that they're supposed to, which is providing technical information and technical guidance on proposals that are submitted. So I'm going to vote against this motion. I think we should move to call vote. Thanks.
Okay. Do you have a motion to call the question, Micah?
Yes, sorry. That's what I meant to say. Call the question. That's my motion.
second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to call the question. With that, we'll go to roll call.
So point of order, Tony, is this a vote on a call the question, or is this a vote on the motion?
No, I could be wrong here, and someone can help me out with the Roberts rules, but I believe on a call the question, you just need a second to drive the vote, but I could be wrong there.
My understanding is that with a call the question and a second, you vote, and if a 2/3 majority agree with a call the question, then you immediately vote on the original motion.
Understood. Okay, thank you, Joe. So we'll do a roll call on the call the question. And call the question is basically ending discussion. So then we can vote on the motion made by Mr. French.
Kjell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Al French,
No.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Craig Holt,
No.
Peter Reiki,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Caroline Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker,
No.
vote is 9-4.
Okay, so with that, that will end discussion on the original motion made by Al French. And now we will go to a roll call for the
Tony,
motion.
Sorry, point of order. Could you restate the motion, Tony?
I'm getting there. Yep, I'm gonna have Councilmember French restate his motion. So Councilmember French, would you please restate your motion and then we'll go to a roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion was to defer action on the residential energy code until we had received a response to Senator Wilson's letter to Tara Smith so that we could resolve any potential conflicts of interest.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will go to a roll call vote.
Kjell Anderson,
Nay.
Jay Arnold,
No.
Todd Bayreuther,
No.
Micah Chappell,
No.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
No.
Craig Holt,
Yes.
Peter Reiki,
No.
Katie Sheehan,
No.
Caroline Traub,
No.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Motion fails 9-4.
Okay, motion fails. Okay, so we're still on our review and approve the agenda. So Senator Wilson, go ahead.
No, sorry, I did not.
Oh, okay,
I intended to speak before the debate was closed.
gotcha. Okay, Representative Ramel.
Thank you. I move to approve the agenda as it was originally circulated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Joe, do you have discussion? Okay.
Well, I'll speak in favor of the motion. This is what the public was told we were going to talk about today in the order they were told we were going to talk about it. Let's get on to the business of the agenda.
Thank you, Representative Ramel. Micah, go ahead.
I agree with Senator Ramel. And again, I don't want to discount the concerns. However, I do want to say that the agenda for item number 7 says we're reviewing the code change proposals and taking some action. So if the action is to not move these items forward, then those motions can be made by the parties of concern later. But I think the review of these proposals should be done today. So I'm voting in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Chell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
Yes.
Al French,
No.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Craig Holt,
Yes.
Peter Reiki,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Caroline Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
No.
Motion carries 11-2.
Okay, that moves us on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 3. So public comment on items not on the agenda. Did I miss one?
Nope, that was me.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Public comment on items not on the agenda. So for something not on the agenda, public comment. Okay, so it looks like we have Jim Lazar. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring the council's attention that a former council member and chair, Casey Golden, has been appointed by the governor to the Northwest Power Planning Council. I think this is the first time we've had someone with his level of technical understanding of building efficiency on the Power Council. And that's great news to work up from TAG to the council, now to the Power Planning Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, and Patrick? Patrick, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah, perfect.
I would like to speak in defense of the email that I sent to all the council members and the comments that Shell Anderson made. I've been a voting member of the Technical Advisory Group for 25 years, and I have seen the improprieties go on in the 09 code, 15 code, and 18 code. And the conflicts of interest that I pointed out are real. And you know, the statement at the bottom is very real when it says there should not be 2 votes for a common denominator cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Larry, go ahead.
As being a past TAG member, I sat through the residential energy TAG meetings, and I was applauded at the monopoly that the Seattle City Power has in the TAG. And there's the votes that are already stacked in their favor to become a monopoly in the power realm is unseen. And then on top of it, we've had pretty much 2 people from Ecotope. And then we also have Washington State Commerce in there voting all for the governor. And it didn't matter whether you had the documentation that the gas industry could meet substantial reduction. It was even touted in the meeting that this is a CO removal of gas. And that's not what I thought this was to be about. I thought it was to reduce energy and meet the target line, and which numerous of proposals were suggested to do that. But the overpowering amount of power that the Seattle City Power people have in the Seattle district and the King County was obscene. And I don't know how the tag could be built so lopsided like that. And then on top of it, they wouldn't even listen. And I almost feel like it's like you're sitting at the Salem witch trials and the things that were spouted out. And here we are right here with the council pretty much doing the same thing. And the documentation to show that with natural gas you can achieve this was definitely shown, but it was discounted. And then at times when the public tries to contact the council, which I tried several times through Stowen, and finally it got back to me that none of this was getting passed to the council. So there was no way that a public person, and I even tried to get to Peter on the issue of gas stoves this week. And it was one roadblock after another. So I couldn't even get the information that Peter requested on the gas stoves. It's these roadblocks that continually get put in front of you that only one opinion gets pushed through. And I seen it point blank when Micah went to the council the other day to push the air emittance valves through. Even though all the professionals sided against it, Micah with his staff and what was there was able to push it through. Even though it's shown that it's unhealthy for these. You can go on the internet and you can see numerous videos on what happens with them, and he still stubbornly pushed it through. And it doesn't matter what the professionals, because you don't listen to them, and the ones that you listen to are stacked in one direction, and it's really truly unfair. And I've never seen this before in the tag, and I've been with the tag for many code cycles in the past, and it was never this way. And I'm appalled at what I've seen. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I answer? There was another allegation that I want to address for the record.
Quickly.
Following the internal rules, all emails received for the council members are forwarded to the council members. The only time that I directed staff not to forward anything was before the adoption council meeting on April 22nd, because there were testimony received after the time allowed for testimony. Everything else is forwarded to the council members. We make mistakes. If there is something missed by mistake, I apologize, but the direction is everything we receive is directed to the applicable council members based on the request. So please, let's keep the allegations against the staff aside. We are doing the best we can.
As a public person.
Larry, point of order. Larry,
because
point of order. As the chair and to move this meeting efficiently, I will call on you when your time is there, okay? Please. We have a long way to go with lots of public comment, and we cannot set that precedent. Thank you. Okay, for further public comment, because of time reasons, we will limit all public comment to 1 minute. And next in line is Andrea. Go ahead, Andrea. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Tony. Just as a tag member, I just wanted to state in echoing some of Larry's concerns that there was no true debate within these tags. It was clear that the agenda and the votes were predetermined, and that's a really sad fact for our public rulemaking process. Additionally, there wasn't a representative sample of each stakeholder group. And that again is another assault to our rulemaking process. So just wanted to make those statements clear and concise, and also state that the cost analysis and incomplete code change proposals were considered, even though the bottom of the code change proposal form says they will not be. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Any further public comment? Councilmember French, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the first part of May, the Washington State Association of Counties held their legislative retreat to identify their legislative agenda for the upcoming legislation in 2023. And one of the top priorities that they've identified is campaigning for restructuring of the Building Code Council, as well as retaining local authority to be able to line veto recommendations out of the Building Code Council for the local jurisdictions and stuff. I'm told, but I don't know this firsthand. I know it's secondhand, that the Association of Washington Cities has the same concerns. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that there was a comment made that Ecotope did all that work on the volunteer, and that is not true. They did 1,200 simulations. They stated this in the technical advisory group, and they were paid by NIA, a lobby group. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more hands raised for public comment on items not on the agenda. So with that, we will move to agenda item number 4, which is review and approve minutes.
You see minutes for May 20. We are still struggling with the minutes for April 22nd. There were some technical issues with it. We're done with the draft, but we didn't want to post it at the last minute. So probably next week you will have the draft posted on the website, and it will give you more time to review the minutes before the next meeting in September.
Chell, go ahead.
Motion to approve the meeting minutes as written.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to agenda item number 5, which is council leadership, new council vice chair. And Stoyan, would you like to set the table for this, please?
Yes, at the last meeting, the council voted and updated, modified the bylaws. Tony Dunn, who was the vice chair by then, is currently the chair, and we don't have a vice chair. And based on the new bylaws, we need to appoint a vice chair today.
Okay, so with that, do we have, would anyone like to move to elect a vice chair, or is there a volunteer? Damon, go ahead.
Hearing none, I would volunteer.
Excellent, Damon. So do we have a motion?
I'll move to support Damon's volunteering for vice chair.
I second.
Sorry, I missed the second. Was that Craig?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Micah and a second from Craig to elect Damon Doyle as vice chair. Any discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Damon raised his hand.
Oh, so I'm sorry, Damon, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to give the council a little background. I've been in the industry for over 30 years. Previously served as president of Olympia Master Builders. I've been a home builder for much of that time, and also a green building and building science advocate. I'm a HERS rater, Energy Star verifier, and very passionate about the home building industry. So that's just a little about me before you cast your vote.
Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it. Any further discussion?
If I can add a little bit to it, Damon is very active council member and he participates at our technical advisory group meetings, and the council staff really appreciates that.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and go to a roll call.
Chell Anderson,
Aye.
Jay Arnold,
Aye.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Roger Haringa,
Aye.
Bob Hamlin,
Aye.
Matthew Hepner. Oh, sorry, he's not here.
He's
Craig
not here.
Holt,
Aye.
Peter Reiki,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Caroline Traub,
Aye.
Corey Wilker.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Congratulations, Damon. Let's go ahead.
Tony, don't go anywhere anytime soon. I don't want to go.
All right. Let's go ahead and go to number 6, request for reconsideration. Stoyan, go ahead.
Let me share my screen. Okay, sorry. Do you see the petition on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so we received this petition for rulemaking from the Washington Public Utility District Association on May 17. And the petition is asking the council to repeal the amendment to the Energy Code. It approved at April 22nd meeting that would require the installation of on-site renewable energy systems and commercial buildings over 10,000 square feet. The petition for rulemaking are governed by RCW 340530. This is in the Administrative Procedures Act, which provides the provisions for this request. And I'm getting stuck with the legal terminology and the legal details, and I'll ask Dirk if he can provide some information, or if he can stand by and answer questions if there are questions.
Yeah, I'm here, Stoyan, and I'm happy to. Hi, everyone. Dirk Marbach, Assistant Attorney General, supporting the council. I'll provide a little bit of an overview of this and then answer any questions that folks have. So our Administrative Procedure Act, as Stoyan has indicated, contains a provision that allows for members of the public, any person, to request to petition a state agency to adopt, amend, or repeal rules. And kind of the general landscape of administrative law is that folks can ask for their rules to be changed. The APA, and then in turn, excuse me, I'm suffering from a pretty bad cold, so you'll hear me cough and wheeze a few times, so forgive me for that. Administrative Procedure Act requires an agency to work within 60 days, to act rather on the petition within 60 days, and to either deny or approve the request. If the petition is approved, that in turn will kick off a new rulemaking process. It's not an approval of the changes. It would just require the filing of a CR 101 and kind of go back to square one on the specific issues that are identified in the petition. What made this petition a little unusual is that the rule has not been formally adopted yet by the SBCC. When I say formally adopted, I mean that the SBCC has not yet filed the order of rulemaking to make the rules permanent. And so I anticipate that'll happen this month. The petition came in before that, though, and so believe it or not, it's kind of an unusual posture. I've worked with some colleagues at the Attorney General's office to try to see what sort of precedent, if any, there is on a situation like this. At least the folks I spoke to, they'd never seen anything like this before. And so what that means is that the council has a few options. One of the options would be to determine that this petition is untimely because the rules haven't been formally adopted yet with the filing of a CR 103P. If the agency were to do that, what that would mean is that the petitioner here could simply, the day after the document is formally filed, they could refile it, and then that would just reinitiate the 60-day period. I should also note that the law isn't super clear, or as clear as we would want it to be, regarding whether it's untimely or not. And there could be an argument, certainly, that it is timely, given the fact that the board took a formal vote on these proposed rules. And so in working with Stoyan, we identified an option, like what I would recommend as being the best option would be to waive any potential procedural defects with the petition and move forward on the petition and take action at this meeting, so that the council doesn't have to potentially come back this summer to act on it within the 60-day deadline that would become triggered if it was refiled. I hope that was clear, certainly available to answer any questions.
Okay, so can we get, oh, go ahead, Carolyn.
Sure. Yeah, I just had one question, and maybe Dear Stoyan, you have a clarification on the petition form. The request for both, I think, amend and repeal is checked. And so just curious if that, so that item 3 repeal, as well as up above, scroll up, also
yeah,
to amend. Yeah.
I can't speak. So the genesis, it's a good question, Caroline. The genesis of this was actually the petitioner here of the board action on these proposed rules, which it is used to be. It's going to until a few years ago, that was something that the council did for statewide amendments. Proposed statewide amendments is allowed members of the public to request reconsideration. I can't recall if it was 2 or 3 years ago. That was changed. Motions for reconsideration, requests for reconsideration, that sort, are only available for local rule amendments, and statewide rules doesn't have a formal reconsideration methodology. So I think what the petitioner was doing here, I can't speak for them, they were just trying to cover their bases when they restyled this request for reconsideration as a petition for rulemaking.
Okay. Any questions or comments from council members?
So in addition to the petition that I'm showing right now, I can show we received one comment from Washington Solar Energy Industries Association, and I can show the webpage for the April 22nd meeting if the council members need to evaluate what kind of documents were available at that meeting. So just let me know, and I'll be on hold.
Okay. Would any council members like to see those documents? Craig, go ahead.
So maybe just a question. Is the petitioner available to explain what's going on here? And that's one question. Second question is his claim accurate? I was not on a council that early. Is it true that the information was not available at the time of the vote?
As representing council staff, I think we had all the information available for the April 22nd meeting. Here we're just talking about different opinions on how to calculate the cost-benefit analysis. And I had a discussion with PNNL, and PNNL was the entity that worked on this particular code proposal because trying to avoid conflict of interest, Ecotop may develop this proposal. So I didn't want to ask Ecotop to reevaluate their own proposal. So we asked PNNL for help. So here we're talking about two different opinions on how to calculate the cost benefit, and the petition refers to the April 22nd meeting. And again, I'm ready to show you the April 22nd meeting documents. I think, again, representing the staff, everything that was available at the time, everything was posted, including the letter that was received from the petitioner.
But I guess my question, Stoyan, is, was the adequate information available for the council to vote upon, or did it come so late in the night or the next day that the vote was based on incomplete information?
If you're asking me if I was a council member, I would appreciate the information, but I'm not. So I guess it's better for the council members to answer this question.
Okay.
Thank you, Stein and Craig. Micah, go ahead.
I don't think I have an answer for Craig. If his question is about the cost benefit analysis that was done by Ecotop, that was available for council members. If you're asking for something else, I don't know if I have an answer. And then I do have a question kind of for Dirk to make sure I'm hearing your response correctly, is since we have not adopted the changes as a rule, we don't have to take into consideration the items outlined in this petition under RCW 3405-328 at this time. However, as we move to rulemaking, we do have to consider those. Is that the correct statement that I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, I actually nuanced it a little different, and I'm sorry if this isn't clear. This is one of those situations where our APA doesn't explicitly address the process on handling a petition for rulemaking prior to the filing of the CR 103. We're in kind of the unusual situation where the council has approved changes to the rules, but the formal paperwork that would direct the code revisor to make changes to the rules hasn't been filed yet. So we're kind of in that gap, and the APA doesn't speak to whether a petition for rulemaking is valid or timely when filed during that gap. So, you know, that's when you kind of have to use a little bit of judgment, kind of what's the right thing to do. My view is a little bit pragmatic on this one. The council could elect to say this is untimely and we're not going to vote on it, but I would note that that wouldn't preclude the petitioner from coming back, as I said, the day after the CR 103P is filed and making the same request, re-triggering the 60-day deadline or 60-day period rather, and potentially requiring the council to have to schedule a special meeting to deal with it or otherwise. So if it's, again, so pragmatically speaking, one option for the council here would be to simply note that there may be procedural defects with it, but that the council will look past that and address the merits.
Oh, okay, so a little follow-up to that on the RCW that is indicated there. Is there an issue between item D, 1D of RCW 34.05328 and item E? So if there is a determination that the costs are greater than the benefit, are we able to follow item E, that we are still going with the least burdensome alternative for achieving goals? And I know that's kind of that legal question. Are we then fall under item E, which sounds like it's allowed as well, as long as we're moving towards achieving the legislative goals outlined in whatever for this?
Yeah, okay, Mike, that's a tough question. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not.
Figured as much.
Yeah, it's a tough question again because there isn't a roadmap in case law or in statute regarding this. I mean, this is. I'm sorry to let you all know we're kind of forging a new path here on this. And so we could all have different opinions regarding that answer. I'm not prepared to offer my advice or definitive sort of prediction of where a judge potentially could land on that right now. What I'm prepared to do is just provide some advice regarding the procedural issues. And
that's perfect. I figured that would be the answer, and maybe that's something we can explore in the future.
You expected me to punt on that. That's good.
Yeah, that's what I figured, because it is an open-ended question and it's very subjective to interpretation. But I guess that's where I would lead my thought process on this. If it's not one, is it the other, and is that allowed? So thank you for the answer, and that was my assumption. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Micah. Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I remember, we actually got the cost benefit analysis the night before we took the vote. So whether everybody had the opportunity to review all of that before taking a vote is, a question for the individual members. But getting it the night before an action, from my standpoint, didn't allow for any kind of verification or other analysis of the quality of the information we got. So offer that for you.
Can I clarify, Mr. Chair? That's incorrect statement. The cost benefits analysis and several drafts of the cost benefit analysis were discussed at least a month before the council meeting. So the document that was posted, and I can double check the date. I can't right now, but I can double check the date. Even if the final draft was posted at the night before, all documents were available. The rest of the documents, including previous drafts, were available on the website for more than a month.
I don't think that
council.
I don't think that that's the argument. The idea was that there was changes between the previous drafts and the final one, and the final one was posted the night before.
Not on that particular section. There weren't any changes to this particular changes. The cost benefit didn't contain this particular section. The cost benefit analysis for this particular section that is challenged, this particular proposal, was in a memo from PNNL, and it was also posted on the website. So it wasn't posted at the night before the meeting. It was posted about a month before the meeting in different venues, different meetings.
Okay. Roger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. Number one, I hear conversations about the cost benefit analysis. I do remember that there was a draft at least a week or two ahead of time. Yes, there was an update the night before. But earlier in the meeting, I was asked to make a decision on a letter that got sent last night, of which I wasn't even copied on. Yet I was being asked to consider that. So in my mind, when I was able to review the cost benefit analysis when we did the original vote, and it made sense to me, and it may have been updated. But the updates were not significant. My question is about the rule and whether, or the petition, and whether it is valid from a schedule perspective. I would have a question for Dirk. When is this? So there's an interpretation as to whether we should wait until all of the paperwork gets filed. I'm going to assume either today or at a future meeting, we are going to consider this petition. But I don't think anybody would take the legal position that if we don't address this now, that the 60-day clock has to start right now. I believe everybody would say, from a conservative perspective, once the paperwork is filed, then the petition can be filed, and we start the 60-day clock. And I would actually propose that we just make that assumption and move forward and delay this until either this summer or next fall. And I would be curious when that date is. When will the paperwork be done that the clock would start if we didn't address this? If we voted today to say that, and I'm not going to get all the legal terms right, but it's out of order because the paperwork hasn't been filed. When will the paperwork be filed? I would assume then the petition would get filed again and the 60-day clock would start. So I'm curious what that date is and what Dirk's thoughts are on postponing this until all of the paperwork is filed.
Sure. I'll leave it to Stoyan to tell us when they anticipate filing Sarah 103P on these proposed rules. I would want to note though, and I think Roger, it's consistent with you. We're just saying the 60-day period under the APA under 3405 330 begins upon receipt of the petition. So we received the petition here in mid-May. I think it was May 15th or thereabouts. And so if we as the council wanted to act on the current petition, we'd have about another month to act on it. That's just by way of background. Stoyan, are you in a position where you can anticipate?
Dirk, if I can just clarify, so if we
Yeah.
take action and say, no, it is not a valid petition because we haven't done all the paperwork,
right?
There's nothing that would say that the proponent couldn't refile the petition once the paperwork is done, correct?
To be absolutely clear, there is nothing that would preclude the petitioner from refiling.
Right, and then that would start the 60-day period, which is going to be, there is the potential that it would be a meeting this summer or next fall, depending on when the date. So Stoyan, I would be curious when you would anticipate filing that and getting that paperwork.
Well, it's out of our hands because we're dealing with another state entity. So we already submitted the proposals. We need to get it back and edit whatever it's needed. But the due date, I think it was the first week of July. Krista, can you remember the exact due date?
Yeah, I think it was July 5th.
July 5th. So I'm expecting we will be able to file it by the end of June.
Yeah, so the concern therefore would be that if the petitioner files the first week of July, there might be a need for a meeting sometime in July or August, and that would likely have to be a special meeting, at least because we don't have a regularly scheduled meeting scheduled.
Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So as I'm trying to understand this petition, it's one part argument for process, and the other part is technical. So I'm of the opinion that we're not in a position as a council to take action on the actual repeal today, because it's, I would challenge the claim that the only documentation available to the SBCC members in April was this one document. That's not the only document that's part of the determination of all different levels, the TAG, the standing committee, the council. And then the second part is, in my opinion, this would have to move back down to the standing committee and likely the TAG to address the technical piece. I'm not an expert in energy fields, but the justification on the technical side here is citing other publicly available data from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. So even not being in those areas, I'm very aware of this work, and that would be absolutely considered and relevant general knowledge of members of the TAG. So again, I wouldn't be comfortable making any decision without having the TAG weigh in on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Todd, go ahead. Oh, Al, go ahead.
Yeah, so that we can, move this thing forward and address it, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we accept the petition and repeal the code pending updated data.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Corey, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Al French and a second from Corey Welker. Discussion. Al, go ahead.
One way or the other, we're going to have to address this. And so, I constantly hear that we got business at the council and we need to move forward. Well, this is business of the council. Let's move it forward. I don't see any reason why to delay the action. Let's address it and move on.
Chell, go ahead.
I'm going to speak against the motion. Al, we've discussed whether we should discuss the motion. We haven't actually, or I mean, whether we should discuss the proposal. We haven't actually had any arguments in favor or against the proposal. So I find it kind of bizarre that we would not even discuss something and just simply vote on it. So I guess I'm speaking against the motion.
Micah, go ahead.
Thanks for the motion, Al. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not necessarily against the petition. I do think that again, I believe it comes down to the cost analysis question. And to me, that everybody has a difference of opinion on that. I'm not sure the Ecotope information was incorrect. And that's what this states, that this was egregious. It was wrong. They're just saying we would have calculated it differently. However, there's no technical basis in here on why the technical part of this code language is wrong. Like Chael mentioned, we haven't discussed that at all. And going back to what Dirk said, technically, I don't think their petition is timely based on the fact that we haven't adopted the rule. We put that rule out there for consideration. We haven't adopted it. And part of their summary in the beginning of the letter states rules adopted by the SBCC shall follow the State's Administrative Procedures Act. Well, we haven't adopted a rule. So again, this is untimely and I'm going to vote against the motion, although I'm not necessarily opposed to the petition. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Micah. Damon, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to echo Micah's comments because I only joined the council a month ago. I haven't really had an opportunity to review this information. I too am on the fence on it. I just don't know if this is proper or not. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Damon. Chael, go ahead.
And I guess also I'd like to point the council to another letter that's in the meeting documents for today from a different solar association or an association associated with solar that supports the original cost benefit analysis. So I think there are at least opposing viewpoints on this, probably many. Just wanted to point that.
Very, very quick clarification. I mentioned that there were different positions on how you calculate the rates for the power. Different opinion of how to calculate the cost-benefit analysis. And we discussed this before the meeting on April 22nd. And this is why we post all available documents on the website. So we wanted to allow the council member to see the different positions. So I don't want to speak in behalf of any of these styles of calculation, but again, the documents, both documents were posted on the website for the council members to consider.
Caroline, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to iterate. I believe the memo from PNNL was first available at the March 16th Economic Impact Work Group, and then again on April 20th. I think both of those are dated sometime in February, so I'm not sure, again, on this particular topic. There was the original proposal by the proponent and PNNL did the third-party review, and I think both of those were available. I think the topic at hand here is, the question of what's the appropriate utility rate. If you scroll down a bit, whoever's driving, there's an interesting chart in here. Keep going. Yeah, this guy. And so I think, the merits of this topic is that electricity utility rate prices may be dropping in the future. And so that could impact this proposal, with the energy code form that proponents submit. There's a link in that form that links to the utility rates and the escalation and the LCCA tool that proponents use. And so I guess just wanted to make the statement that, perhaps there are merits about how this specific topic is much more unique than other energy efficiency measures and therefore, requires a viewpoint or an analysis quite different than other proposals. But I think what we saw was kind of in line with, the general processes for all proposals. Thanks.
Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just would vote against this because, again, this is not the forum to get into a technical debate about modeling. All right, this is a much deeper discussion. If the proponent of this repeal is citing other people's work and those other people aren't in the room to discuss this. So again, this isn't the forum at the council level. We need to bring this back into the tag if we're going to have that kind of debate on the merits of this. Thank you.
Okay, so any further discussion? Okay, Councilmember French, please restate your motion. Micah, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a point of order. On the agenda, this item is open for public comment, but I'm not sure that occurred. And so I'm not sure it would be the time to call the vote or call the question.
Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if it was the intention or not. If the box is checked, then we'll open it up for public comment. Jim Lazar, go ahead.
Thank you. Jim Lazar, a former PEG member in 3 code cycles. I moved on to a global utility regulation consulting practice, and I'm now retired from that. The choices that the council has under the APA are either to reject the petition for cause or to enter into rulemaking to consider the petition. I urge you to reject the petition for cause. The basis of the request is fundamentally flawed and reflects a poor understanding of how new building economics work. The petition proposes, on the graphic that you've got on the screen, that you use wholesale power prices as the basis of the cost effectiveness decision making. The retail rate is the proper metric for the actual savings that the building owner and tenants will receive. That is the metric against which every other energy code measure is evaluated. Will it save the building owner more than it costs the building owner? The wholesale price does not include the cost of transmission and distribution to get power to the customer. On-site energy systems reduce not only wholesale power costs, but also transmission and distribution costs. So the retail rate is the proper metric. Finally, I am a former PUD commissioner. A decade ago, when I attended meetings at the Washington PUD Association building, the PUD Association was quite proud of the solar photovoltaic system on the roof of their building. It has been there for more than a decade. It is saving them the Puget Sound Energy retail rate. Next time you're in Olympia, go by their office building on Union Avenue. You can, obviously it's on the roof. It's not too hard to find. It's been there for a decade, saving them money at the retail rate. That's the right metric.
Time, Jim. We got to move on to the next public comment. Thank
Good
you.
idea for Waputa then. It's a good idea for everybody else.
Okay, Larry, go ahead. Your time starts now.
Yeah, I would disagree with the price drop, and clean energy costs more right now, a lot more than what we have. And it's going to cost more in the future, and we got to realize that. And we got to be willing to pay for it. But this has shown significant drops. And from everything I've seen, the rates are going up. And if you look at in California, what's happened, it's already skyrocketing. We're in the 30-cent category already. And it's only going to go up from that as we start shutting down the gas turbines. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, go ahead. Your time starts now.
Thank you. I am the proponent of this proposal from Ecotope. We did not do the third-party cost analysis on this, even though that has been mentioned. This was done by PNNL. I want to point out a couple things. First, the cost evaluation required by the state requires that you use specific retail rates for electricity, which is what was used in the proposal. We cannot use wholesale rates to justify this. So that's a specious argument in this proposal to reconsider. So the other thing in the letter from the proponent of this, they say they actually agree with the costs used for deployment of solar. So the only question that they are bringing up is actually on the rates, and they're using rates that it's actually not legal to use in the LCCA per the state guidelines. I would point out that actually today, the president of the US said that the shift to renewable energy is a matter of national security. This week, he deployed the Defense Production Act to increase the deployment of renewable energy. I think the writing is on the wall for the direction we're going, and we just need to recognize that renewable energy is the direction we want to go. Thank you.
That's your time. Bill, go ahead. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Bill Wilf from the Washington Solar Energy Industries Association. I think Jim Lazar pretty elegantly summarized why the petition should be rejected. I'd also point out another portion of the documentation that WAPUTA submitted. I think it misstates the aim of the solar amendment. And there's concern expressed in the document that there would be excess generation fed back to the grid that could cause voltage problems and other issues on the grid. The proposal is for half a watt of generation per conditioned square foot. And the instances where there would be excess generation that would go back to the grid would be few to non-existent. So again, thanks for everyone's comments. Thanks for the opportunity to address this. I urge the council to reject the petition. Thanks.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Gavin, your time starts now.
Thank you, Council Chair. Gavin Tenold, Northwest Renewables. I had the opportunity yesterday to speak with Mr. Matthew Tyler at the PNNL, who, as Mark said, did the cost analysis that is being called into question. I want to reiterate that the 9.2 cents he arrived at was done using typical Department of Energy methods, using publicly available data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. He also communicated that he's been doing this type of work and building energy models for 20 years. This is a profoundly flawed petition, in my opinion, and I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Okay, whoops. Okay, Evan, go ahead. Your time starts now.
This is Evan with Artisan Electric in Seattle. I just want to point out, just to piggyback, that the proposed code amendment is modest. The vast majority of new buildings that will have solar going forward when this amendment passes is offsetting 2 to 6% of base load, and that won't be large enough to backfeed the grid in almost all situations. So if the required PV system energy is being exclusively consumed on site, then energy just should be valued regardless of the law. It should be valued the same as grid power, since it's directly offsetting grid power. And it's really not power that the PUD has to deal with at all, because it's not going on the PUD grid.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Larry, do you have something that has not already been talked about and discussed? Is this new information?
Yeah, I got one thing.
Now.
The thing that the people that got the photovoltaic over here in the summertime, when we don't have extreme air conditioning. It is going back to the grid. That's been one of the complaints. And the power in the summertime when we do good over here, we do have clear summer days. And if the temperature isn't way up where they're using their air conditioning, then we are powering back to the grid, and that is happening. I just want to make sure that people don't realize it. We do got to be concerned about what's coming back on that grid, because it affects your TV, your computer, and my computer. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, is there any more public comment? Okay, so we have a motion, a second. We've done discussion from council. We've had public comment on it. Is there any further discussion on the motion that's on the table? Go ahead, Roger.
I would just like to have the motion restated if you could, just to be clear.
Okay, will do. Thank you. Councilmember French, are you able to do that for us? Wait, is that the one? I think that's.
Yeah, I've got the motion if you like.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just move that we accept the petition and repeal the code pending updated data, plain and simple.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and go to a roll call.
Shell Anderson,
No.
Jay Arnold,
No.
Todd Bayreuther,
No.
Micah Chappell,
No.
Damon Doyle,
Yes.
Al French,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
No.
Craig Holt,
No.
Peter Reiki,
No.
Katie Sheehan,
No.
Caroline Trout,
No.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-10.
Okay. So we need further council action on this. Is that correct, Stoyan?
Yes.
We'd be looking for another motion. Go ahead, Todd.
I move to reject the petition for repeal.
Okay, we have a motion. Katie, go ahead.
Sorry, I meant to second the motion. That was it.
Would you like to second it?
Yes, yes,
That's
yes.
an official second. Okay, very good. So we have a motion and a second. Thank you. And open it up for discussion. Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess if we did reject it, would that wouldn't preclude the entity from resubmitting it when it is in order. Is that correct? When the proper documentation for the rule is submitted, is that correct?
Joe, this is Dirk Meyer-Bachtel. Just a question about the scope of or meaning of Todd's motion. Is the idea here to reject it on the basis of timeliness or to deny it on the merits?
Thank you. I can rephrase and as a motion to deny the petition for repeal if more appropriate.
If the motion is okay, so if the petition is denied, there are some affirmative steps that the council would need to take to explain the basis for the denial, but there wouldn't be a basis. There is no basis in the APA that would preclude the requester or petitioner from subsequently making another request. There's an appeal process too. If there's a denial, the petitioner can actually go to the governor's office and actually ask the governor to review, or to the legislature to ask for review. So there's some additional steps that can be followed under the APA in the event that the council affirmatively denies the petition.
Okay, Dirk, do we need clarification as to the reason behind the denial then? Or has that been clarified?
Let me read to you the actual, I want to make sure everybody is operating off the law here. Here's what the statute says. It's RCW 3405-330.
Do you want to show it on the screen?
I don't think so, unless a council member wants it. I'll just read carefully. This is subsection 2. If an agency denies a petition to repeal or amend a rule, the petition and the petition alleges that the rule is not within the intent of the legislature, was actually strike that. Why don't you put it up? Because I want to make sure I'm reading from the right thing. This is 3405-330.
Well, I don't have it open. I was thinking I can let you share your screen so you can.
No, can't do that. You're asking the wrong person. Let me read the. So I was reading the wrong subsection. Subsection 2 has to deal with allegations that it's outside the authority, and I don't understand that that's what this petition says. But subsection 3 speaks to the current petition. If an agency denies a petition to repeal or amend a rule submitted under this provision 330, the petitioner within 30 days of the denial may appeal the denial to the governor. The governor shall immediately file notice of the appeal with the code advisor. So that's the process for an appeal. The question of what needs to be stated in the denials in subsection 1. It says within 60 days after submission of a petition, the agency shall either deny the petition in writing stating the reasons for the denial, specifically addressing the concerns raised by the petitioner, and where appropriate, the alternative means by which it will address the concerns raised by the petitioner. So that was my extremely long circuitous answer to your question. Okay. Yes, there would need to be a statement as to why the denial is being made.
Okay, so part of your motion would need to state the purpose for denial. And if I missed that, I apologize.
That's on me, Tony. I didn't brief out that part of it prior to the discussion.
Okay. So with that, I'll try. I move that the council denies the petition for repeal on the basis that the process was not profoundly flawed and biased.
Okay. And Katie, would you still second that motion? Okay, yes, affirmative. Okay, very well. With that, we'll open it up to council discussion. Craig, go ahead.
So based on the clarification, I'm arguing against the motion because it sounds like you're going to put the petitioner through a lot of hoops, including going straight to the governor. I would prefer that we had said it was because of timeliness and not for cause, and that allows the petitioner to quickly, as I understand the rules, to quickly, as soon as the rule is really a rule, then to petition again without having to go through the governor and potentially being blocked from coming to the council for a review at that time. So I'm arguing against this particular motion.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
I'm kind of on the same motion as Greg here. I don't want to vote on that reason, or not vote for the motion for that reason. I would rather it be for that we have not adopted the rule. So this petition again is not the correct timely at this point. I'm not, because I've not had enough time to research to verify that that reason is correct based on everything that's going on. But I do know that we have not adopted the rule. So therefore the timeliness of this petition is not correct. And that's what I would vote on. So I will vote against this motion and I would make a subsequent one if it fails. Thank you.
Todd, did you have something there? I wasn't sure.
No, I'm happy to go through that, but if there's not a good pathway to.
Okay. Okay, Jay, go ahead.
I'm willing to support the motion. We've been hearing a lot about the cost benefit analysis and from folks that have been not in favor, from folks that have been opposing to action that the SBCC has taken. And I don't see anything in this petition that is rising to the level to say that the cost benefit analysis and the information presented was egregiously invalid. I think that if you went through, given the level of detail that we asked proponents to submit in their code proposals and the level of detail that the economic impact work group looked at, you could always go back and say, well, there was a little bit here and a little bit here that didn't apply. But I don't think it rises to the effect of saying that the overall analysis is incorrect. And I think we just need to move on. Thank you.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I also believe that this analysis, this petition is deeply flawed. But on the other hand, I agree with Micah in that I would vote against this and get it to the point where it's been officially adopted. I think we're just asking to repeat this process again in the future when it gets to the CR 103P process. So I'm going to vote against this.
Peter, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same vein. I'm agreeing with Micah that I would vote against this particular motion, but would be more inclined to go with what Micah was proposing.
Okay, thank you. Roger, go ahead. You're on mute.
Sorry. I will vote against this as well for the same reason. I'm with Micah. Ultimately, I'm assuming that we're going to get a cost benefit analysis from various people, and they are going to provide different information. So as much as I don't want to have to go through this again necessarily, I think that we will need to. So, I'm going to vote against this, and I will support, I'm assuming Micah is going to propose to deny it on timing issues. So.
Thank you, Roger. Okay. With that, let's go to a roll call.
Cho,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
No.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Al French,
No.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
No.
Craig Holt,
No.
Peter Reiki,
No.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Caroline Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
No.
Motion fails 5-8.
Micah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we deny the request for reconsideration for cause, and the cause being that based on RCW 34.05.328, that we have not adopted the rule that they're petitioning.
I will second that. This is Bob Hamlin.
Thank you, Bob. Motion from Micah and second from Bob Hamlin. Discussion.
I'll just jump in and say,
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in for a second. I just want to make sure that I don't think Micah cited the right statute there. The operative statute is 3405.330, which is the petition for rulemaking statute.
okay, if that's what it needs to be, I guess my question on their information of the petition state does include 3405-328, which the number 1 of 3405-328 says before adopting a rule, we must go through the process of determining the probable benefits are greater than its probable costs. However, we have not adopted the rule. So that's why I made that reference number to RCW. Does that make sense?
It does, but this complicates things a little bit. So what you're referring to there is the statute that requires that there has to be essentially an economic analysis, cost benefit analysis before significant legislative rulemaking, which is the basis for the Ecotope reports and other analyses that were done during the consideration of the commercial code. The question of timeliness, if that's where I understand you, Micah, are focused on here, the question of timeliness is a little bit different from with respect to what I was saying, which is that we don't have a rule finalized yet for purposes of the APA's petition for rule adoption or repeal provisions, which is 3405-330. So because we don't have a final rule in place, because the paperwork, as you put it, hasn't been filed, that was what I've suggested in my initial comments would be a basis for potentially rejecting the rule.
Okay. So with that direction and clarification.
I don't want to give direction. I just want to make sure everybody's clear about what the.
No, that's fine. I will modify. I mean, we're getting to the same place anyway.
Yeah.
I will modify my motion to change the RCW to state that we would reject this based on the requirements of R 3405-330.
Okay, and Bob, are you good with that as the second?
Yes, I will reiterate my second based on those modifications.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Joe Anderson,
Yeah.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Second.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Roger Harenga,
Aye.
Bob Hamlin,
Aye.
Craig Holt,
Aye.
Peter Reiki,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan,
Aye.
Caroline Traub,
Aye.
Corey Wilker.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, with that, let's get into agenda item number 7, which is review code change proposals for group 2 codes. And what we're going to do before the public raises any hands, we're going to go through the bullet points as shown on the agenda. So we're going to start with IEBC and IBC structural. And then we will do have the council discuss that, open it to public comment, have the council discuss and take action, and then we will go to the next one, and we will repeat that process for everyone. For public comment, when we get to public comment on these, the timer will be set to 1 minute for each individual that decides to participate in this, and it will go in order of hands raised. So that's kind of how we're going to break this down. Micah, go ahead.
Seeing that we're halfway through our scheduled meeting time, can we request a 10-minute break before we get into this portion of the meeting?
Yes, with that, I do want to say that you have a chair as scheduled to 2 o'clock today. But yes, we will do a 10-minute break. So it's 12:04, so we will go to 12:14 and take a recess and come back then. Okay, we will call this meeting back to order. And we are on agenda item number 7 and the first bullet point. And that is the IEBC and the IBC structural. And so Stoyan, will you please give a quick overview as far as council action and what that action will mean before we get into breaking these down?
Do you see my spreadsheet on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So it's a working a spreadsheet. When it gets approved or disapproved, whatever the vote is, it will be posted on the website in a PDF format. So what we have here is IBC structural provisions. The first 3 proposals, they went through the process with group 1. However, we left them for group 2 because the proposals were based on chapters that are currently in group 2. So these 3 are approved. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just quickly. Could we just go over, instead of specifically this one, just what council's doing and what that means moving forward?
What council is doing is we have TAC recommendations, we have committee recommendations, and the council needs to make the decisions whether or not staff needs to include a particular proposal in the CR 102.
Perfect. Thank you, Stein.
So when we file the CR 102, again, with the approved proposals, there will be more time for comment period and testimony. That's
perfect.
Part 2.
Thank you, Stein. Okay, with that, we'll jump into the, looks like you have the IBC structural up. So we'll start with that. And so would you like to go over these, or is this Todd, or how do we want to do this?
I will make a brief introduction and then Todd can continue. These are the proposals. 2 were recommended by the TAC, disapproved, and the BFP committee that met on last Wednesday, accepted all TAC recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you. And Todd, go ahead if you want to touch on anyone specifically.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, real briefly, the first, so I'm Todd Byerthwer. I serve as the chair of the IBC and the IEBC Technical Advisory Group, and therefore serve on the PFP Standing Committee. The first 2 proposals are, if you can scroll up a little bit, I think you're at the top, are related to adopting ASC 722 provisions into our Chapter 16. So the second one in particular, the first one is reference standards to pull in new sections that have recently been adopted. And the second one is related to the optional method in the ASC 722 that is already gone into, this council has already adopted into emergency rulemaking. So this brings it into the 2021 code. The next one is on line 11, there is tsunami loads. That is the result of the very robust process where we created an ad hoc tsunami tag technical advisory group about 1.5 years ago. That also has been already moved into emergency and permanent rulemaking. So the revisions here, this is I don't know if we call it a striker, but this now is bringing that all into the 2021 with new references to DNR maps that have been updated since then. So those maps are now locked, and this references those maps. And then finally, I'll move down to the last 2 that were disapproved. These are EPD. These are provisions for environmental product declarations for steel and concrete, and an alternative was proposed that also included engineered wood products. The TAG voted to disapprove these. Again, I think there was recognition that there was some technical merit to these, but big questions on whether it belongs in the code and legislative policy, or even other suggestions, perhaps in product level requirements with Department of Commerce. So those were disapproved, and then the standing committee accepted that recommendation. With that, I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Todd. So with that, we will open it up to council members for questions or comments. Okay, at this time, before taking any council action, we will go to public comment. And first to have their hand raised is Rachel Jameson. So go ahead, Rachel, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I am delighted for the opportunity to come speak with you today. I'm here on behalf of the American Wood Council. We represent 86% by volume of all wood products manufactured in the United States. I'm here to ask that you accept the recommendations of both the TAG and the BFP committee and disapprove items 095 and 096, the EPD reporting suggestion. The wood product sector is committed to taking action on climate. It's important that we take the right action, and those actions are rightly placed. The code is not the place for embodied carbon to be regulated. This is more rightly placed where it is currently being contemplated in forums such as ASHRAE 189.1, which informs the Green Building Code. There has, I will also say, been similar, if not almost identical language submitted to the Washington State Legislature the last 2 years in a row. Neither of those proposals left committee. We would like to keep this in the legislative forum and are eager and ready to engage in a collaborative,
Rachel, thank you. You're out of time. Thank you. John, go ahead. Your time starts now. John Frankel, go ahead.
Yes, hello. My apologies. I put my hand up too early. I think I was intending to speak on a later topic, so I'll withdraw that and get up there at the right time.
Excellent. Thank you. Monica, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the State Building Code Council. Thank you for providing this opportunity for testimony. My name is Monica Zazueta, a concerned mama, and I am a resident in Vancouver, Washington. Our Alliance for Community Engagement, Southwest Washington, and coalition of environmental groups fully supports the residential code amendments being approved and moved out to public comment. I humbly ask you this because I was on a Zoom call this past Sunday with the director of the movie Don't Look Up. If you haven't seen it yet, it's showing on.
Quickly, Monica.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Is this regarding the IBC structural provisions?
It's number 7.
Okay, we have bullet points that we're following. And so if you're looking to speak on the IRC or the energy code residential, then you would have to wait for those bullet points. Right now, we are just discussing IBC structural.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yes. Could I wait to number 7? Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Monica. Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against 095 and 096 disapproval. I believe that should be done on the supplier side of things. So by the time the general contractor comes out to do his work, it's already taken care of for him. I mean, we as general contractors have immense jobs, and we don't need to be tracking all this stuff. It should be already set, just like a standard. I mean, when we go buy concrete, 5-sack mix or 6-sack mix or 4-sack mix, and you're looking for what you need to do the job. Okay. And to see which one of these has the least amount of CO2. I mean, a contractor, this should be all done prior to us getting the general contractor involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Michael Ennis, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Mike Ennis on behalf of the Association of Washington Business. We are opposed to the proposals of 056 and or 95 and 96. And we agree with the recommendations made by the TAG and the BFP. We would urge you to accept those recommendations. We have prepared a letter signed by more than 50 business and labor organizations opposed to these proposals. I hope you have that letter in front of you. If not, we can get it out to you again. And if you have any questions, I am available to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, very much. Bruce Chatton, Washington Aggregates and Concrete Association Executive Director. And like others, I am supporting the recommendations of the TAG and the BFP in their disapproval and rejection of 095 and 096. This is based on the strength of technical expert review. This is based on the strength of 6 consecutive no votes. The last one by the BFP as unanimous. It should be noted that the industry has over 2,400 EPDs existing now in Washington. That number is growing. The industry is not opposed to EPDs. We're in. We have more, as an industry, we have more EPDs nationally than any other building material in the country. So we're in. We're working to have more EPDs added into Washington going forward. We just do not need others from out of state with aspirational goals or their personal perspectives on what the industry should be doing versus the industry finding the solutions to be able to properly implement EPDs for constructability, design, and building and get the measurable outcomes. So I appreciate the SBCC to support the technical review of your existing process and committees to reject 095 and 096. Thank you, sir.
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you. Mark Struley here with the Northwest District Council of Ironworkers. Just wanted to say that we support the TAG recommendations. We support the BPD Standing Committee recommendations. And we hope that the Building Code Council will do the same. So just wanted to make sure that we were on the record for that, and appreciate you letting me speak to it today.
Thank you, Mark. Is there any other public comment on the IBC structural? Tom Davis, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Tom Davis with the Washington Forest Protection Association. In full support of the comments that you've heard today by the American Wood Council, Association of Washington Business, in opposition to 095 and 096. We are supportive of both of the TAG's votes to disapprove the recommendations moving forward. And I guess it also state that, you know, the proposals contain language that are very similar to House Bill 1103 that failed to be voted out of the assigned legislative committees the past 2 years. That in a sense creates a legislative intent. The legislature has not seen this policy as fit to move forward, and we don't believe the SBCC should step in and address an issue that is not yet ripe from a legislative policy perspective. Thank you for this opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, I see no more hands raised. So with that, we'll bring it back to council. So is there questions or comments from council members? And if not, we're looking for council action. Damon, go ahead.
I would move approval as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Damon. Chell?
I guess somebody would need to second that before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were raising to second. I apologize. So looking for a second to the motion.
Second. I guess I will second it. Well, my hand is up here.
Craig seconded. So we have a motion from Damon and Craig seconded. With that, we'll open it up for discussion. Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess embodied carbon is one of the most important pieces of climate action that we need. And as a firm, we ask for EPDs on all the products in here. And we select products according to the information on the EPDs. I support the intent of 095 and 096. I respect the TAG process and the committee process and don't find the council should overturn it.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
And sorry, I've had to transfer over to my phone, so I wasn't sure how to do this. I want to echo what Kel just said. I am a strong supporter of 095 and 096, but there was not at the TAG committee meeting and the BFP committee meeting, there's not support for it. So I'm comfortable not moving forward at this point, but I would like on the record, just for clarification, during the TAG process, while the original proposal may have had language similar to the proposals that are in the legislature, through the TAG process, a whole lot of that language was removed. And at the end, the proposal was just for a reporting, not a reporting and a cap. So just a requirement that the EPDs be produced. But that's just for the record, that the final proposal that was voted on was not a buy clean proposal. It was purely just a reporting proposal. That's it.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to reiterate some of the comments I made in the BFP committee. So as chair of this tag, I abstained from voting, but I do also want to show my support and gratitude to everyone involved on all of these proposals, including the EPDs. Regarding the EPDs, I want to say that I think we did our work as a technical advisory group and moved the state forward for whatever forum this moves into next. So I want to say we're part of this work, but I also support the process here that we should move forward as submitted here. And I also want to say a couple of these other proposals are substantial. They also represent enormous stakeholder work. The ASC 7 alternative provisions and moving into the code is a very big step for the state. And the tsunami and the updates to the tsunami, we're really leading as a state in this area. So congratulations, everyone, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Todd. Micah, go ahead.
Thank you. And thanks, Todd, for chairing that committee, the tag on this one. I was one of the, let's say, opponents to 95 and 96, not based on the information in them, but based on the location. The location in the building code is not the place for these items. Again, I think I've said this in the tag and at the BFP committee meeting, is that this should be regulated by Department of Commerce or through strict legislation on what products can and cannot be constructed, provided, whatever, used in the state of Washington. And I base my decision on that information that this has failed through the legislature and that there should be rules elsewhere, but the building code regulated by code officials that I represent on the council, this is not the place for this type of item. Again, this is regulating a product. This should be regulated before the product is distributed, not after the product is installed, where the code official comes in or planned at that point. But again, not the location for the code official to enforce. Thanks.
Thank you, Micah. Any further discussion? Okay, with that, we'll do a roll call vote, and the motion, Damon, correct me if I'm wrong here, the motion is to accept the BFP committee recommendation.
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. We'll go into a roll call. Micah, go ahead.
Just for clarification, we're accepting their recommendation, and what does that do, Storian? Does that move it into a different CR process?
Well, we will include whatever is approved in the CR 102, and the proposals that are disapproved and the council agrees with these recommendations, they will not be included in the CR 102.
Thank you. That was for clarification for myself and for the public on the process. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Micah. Thank you, Storian. Go ahead and do a roll call.
Chell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Roger Harenga,
Roger, say that again, would you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get that? Okay.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Craig Holt,
Yes.
Peter Reiki,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Caroline Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. 13 yes and 0 against. Okay, with that, we will move to the second part of the first bullet point, which is the IEBC, the existing building code. Go ahead, Stoyan.
TAC, Technical Advisory Group recommendations are approved as modified or approved as submitted. There was one proposal that was withdrawn by the proponent, and the BFP committee agreed with all TAC recommendations.
Excellent. Todd, anything further on this?
Just thank you to all TAG members, strong support across the TAG and the BFP for these recommendations. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Todd. Any discussion or questions by council members at this time? Okay, with that, we will open up the IEBC, so the existing building code only, to public comment. And so if there's anyone with public comment on any of the proposals in front of us here, please raise your hand, your virtual hand. Okay, seeing none. With that, we'll take it back to council action. Looking for a motion.
I will move that we accept the TAG's recommendation and make our recommendation to move these into CR 102.
This is Bob. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Micah and a second from Bob. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, hearing none, so motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so now we will go to the second bullet point down under agenda item number 7, which is the IRC, the International Residential Code. And so Stoyan, go ahead.
You can see the International Residential Code on your screen. You see more colors here. We had 3 proposals disapproved by the Technical Advisory Group. And the BFP committee disagreed with one proposal. This is very brief explanation on the actions.
Okay, and let's see, being that it's IRC, Micah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stoyan. I was the chair of the IRC TAG, so I appreciate everybody's time and energy and effort put into those proposals. If you'll scroll back up where we can see all the colors, yeah, there we go. Thanks, Stoyan. The 2 items that were disapproved at the beginning, the first one was trying to put in almost what they call the multiplex or a plex structure into the residential code. In other words, they were trying to move, I believe it was up to 6 unit, almost apartment buildings into the residential code. And that was far exceeding the scope and the original intent of the residential code. So that was one of the big reasons that was disapproved. The second one was about electrical vehicle charging infrastructure that primarily took the language from the commercial code and put it in the residential code. And there were some significant flaws with that. And so that one was disapproved. And then the other ones were as modified, approved as modified. The third one that was disapproved had to deal with a common use area in like 2-family dwellings. So you can have a shared garage space, and in the residential code, that shared garage space has some regulation to it and some guidance. However, if that space is a storage space or a laundry room, there was no guidance on the minimum separation requirement for that in the residential code. And based on some feedback from the TAG, that proposal was slightly modified, and that was why the BFP committee recommended it was overturned. The biggest concern was if that space could be used as habitable use, and I'm not sure what's going on there, Storing, you're scrolling all over the map. It's okay, no big deal. But with that, the change, we put in there that this was not be allowed for habitable space. So this common space is not allowed to be habitable. If folks don't understand the definition of that, I urge you to go to the residential code. But so we made that clear. And what this does is provide guidance to an applicant or code official on how to separate those common spaces that are not garages. So that's why the BFP committee decided to overturn that recommendation from the tag. And then the others, again, are as modified. There's some clarifications in here. And then we get into another electric vehicle supply equipment proposal. That one was approved as modified, not unanimously, however, my understanding. And then a couple of new appendices, which again would be allowed to be adopted by jurisdictions without having to go back through the State Building Code Council. And those have to do with construction, demolition, and or deconstruction as well. So it's a kind of a salvage or reuse item, and then some deconstruction requirements. And it provides standardized language that a jurisdiction could adopt and utilize without having to go through their own process of developing code language. And then the last one has to, if I'm looking at it correctly, deals with lofts. So if you are not aware, in our last code cycle, we did put sleeping lofts in the residential code based on items from Appendix Q covering tiny homes, based on a legislative mandate to do something about tiny homes. Well, this sleeping lofts were the biggest portion of Appendix Q for tiny homes. So we felt that any dwelling unit should be able to use those in the last cycle. And this proposal modifies that further, provides better language, gets more understanding. You know, it's kind of that thing, once you get something in the code and it starts to get used a little more often, you find ways it needs to be massaged. And so that's what that last proposal does. So I do encourage folks to go in and look at these proposals, and that's the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. Any questions or comments from the council? Go ahead, Damon.
We had one opponent of the electrical vehicle supply equipment, number 91, at the BFP committee, and he brought up a good point. I happen to know this individual. He's been a green builder for the last 20 years. He drives an electric car. His sons both drive electric cars. His sisters drive electric cars. None of them have the infrastructure equipment that we accepted in this language. All of them are charged with standard household outlets, and all of them commute with these cars on a daily basis. So I'm having some reservations. I was originally in favor of this, but when we got more information, I think it may be worth reconsidering. Thank you.
Thank you, Damon. Micah, go ahead.
Thank you, Damon. I agree with you there. I struggle with this proposal. As the chair of the tag, I did not vote on it. I think this exceeds the legislative mandate or legislative changes from the last cycle that have been discussed thoroughly as we move through the IBC or building code changes for EV infrastructure. Again, I don't think that I don't think this is the correct place or the correct language. What Damon pointed out again was electrical requirements, where much of the state is covered by the electrical program through labor and industries and not through the building code or residential code. So having electrical requirements in here will not be enforced by somebody that's qualified. And what I mean by qualified is if you are allowed to be an electrical inspector in the state of Washington, you must also be a journeyman electrician, which many residential inspectors are not. However, under the labor and industries electrical program or any jurisdiction's electrical program, those electrical inspectors are that journey. And if this is not in the state electrical code through labor and industries, which does not go through the state building code process, then it's just not going to get inspected. So again, I'm going to agree with Damon on this. May not be the right place or right time for this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, Micah. Al, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, you make some really good comments as well as Damon. Would you be open to a motion to just strike this from the recommendations? Because being in this part of the code, I think it represents a gotcha. And it would be very easy for a good builder to put together a package and miss this because it's in the wrong part of the code.
Mr. Chair, just to make a clarification, we have an ex officio from Labor and Industries, if he wants to speak.
Okay, are they in the attendee list?
Yes.
Okay, if they want to speak, they can raise their hand because we have not gotten to public comment, and I would ask that we get to public comment before.
No, we have an ex officio that is a council member from.
Oh,
Labor
gotcha.
and
Okay.
Industry.
Okay, thank you. Is it Lauren?
Yes.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Lathrop, I'm a technical specialist that works in L&I for the electrical program and the chief electrical inspector. When any requirements that you put into the building code that have, say, a connection with electrical, we as electrical inspectors go out and we inspect what's there, just like smoke detectors, heat detectors, things that would require electricity, we would inspect if it's there. So if the energy code requires that a electric vehicle charging station, or the building code requires an electrical vehicle charging station, we would go and look and see what's there. As an inspector, I can speak to the example of a smoke detector. Nowhere in the electrical law, nowhere in the National Electrical Code, nowhere in the WACS or the RCW does a requirement exist for a smoke detector in any residence. That exists solely in the building code. So I might go out, inspect a home, and notice, hey, the building doesn't have these smoke detectors. I would then speak with the builder, the electrician outside, and say, I can't tell you to do this. This is going to fall directly into the authority of the building official. They can then write you the correction, and we'll come back and we'll inspect it then. So it's kind of a it never was an issue in my experience as an inspector in the field, that when things got missed, if things were required by the building official, they require it. They get installed, we come back and inspect it.
Thank you, Lauren.
And I have a question for you, Lauren, on that. I think maybe that leads to a little bit of Al French's point on the branch circuit sizing. So your indication is you would only inspect the branch circuit that's installed. However, you would not have a code reference to whether or not that meets the minimum requirement of the residential code or building code. Is that correct? You just would inspect what's installed, even if that size is incorrect.
See, I'm going to say yes, but I want to answer that fully. We inspect to what's installed. There's no provision in general speaking, there's no provision for future in the National Electrical Code, in the RCW, and in the WAC. There's nothing that says you have to do this. We would inspect it to what is there, what's being installed. So for instance, let's say that we would go into a home, and a new home, new residence, and there is a 20 amp circuit dedicated, put to a receptacle in the garage. And that receptacle, I don't know what it's for. I would ask the question, or even if it's labeled EV charging, right? I would then look at it and I would ask the question, is this the right size? What size is your charger? Show me the calculation. Because I know, and inspectors are trained to know that what the size is. Now, if it's a conduit system, we don't care. We don't care because you can always pull the proper size to it. It's not an issue.
Awesome. That helps. I guess that's my point, is this proposal, and we don't have it up on the screen, it provides a disconnect there, because a disconnect between the building code and the electrical code that you would enforce, and that it does specify amperage and voltage of what has to be installed. So if they installed something incorrect, no one would really know. I mean, if they installed, the 20 amp circuit and it's correct, you would approve that. However, that wouldn't meet the minimum requirements of the code that we're looking to adopt today. And I think that's kind of the point I was going for. So I appreciate your information.
Welcome.
I would also like to add that it also, sizing of circuits is dedicated and determined by the equipment being used. So as things change, we can assign 40 amps, we can assign 30 amps, we can say 100 amps. It really is based upon the equipment is the way you size circuits. So as soon as you start trying to assign a number, you might run into in the future, it's undersized regardless, or maybe it's oversized. But when these things go in, so for instance, let's say that it's been pre-wired to 20 amps just for fun. If they're following the laws and rules of Washington, a electrical permit will be purchased when they install the charger. We're going to show up, inspect the charger, look at the circuit, look at the size of the conductors between them and say, that's not right. And it will be changed and upgraded regardless, because it wouldn't meet the standards set forth by the National Electrical Code and the WAC.
Okay. I appreciate it, Lauren. That's super good information for everybody. I think that definitely leads to the point that this code section is not right for the residential code, because this does not require the charger itself. It only requires a branch circuit for the charger and gives specifications for that branch circuit, which more or less would be meaningless unless you knew the equipment going in. Again, to me, it's just creating a disconnect with what you would see as the representative for labor and industries in the NEC or the electrical code, and what would be in the residential code. So, and to Al's point, I do believe you asked if we would be open to striking this completely. Honestly, my answer would be no. I think I would like the opportunity to see a public comment come back on this, to maybe move it into an appendix. Again, one of those items where an individual jurisdiction could adopt this language without having to create their own. If they want to require this infrastructure of some way, shape, or form in their jurisdiction. So I wouldn't want to outright close it down and shut it down, but I would like to, leave it open for jurisdictions to use as a possibility. That's where I'm at to answer your question. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. We'll continue to take council comment on this. Please keep in mind that we still have public comment, and after public comment, I feel would be the best time to make a motion on this set. Obviously, you can make a motion at any time, but that would be my recommendation. Al, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't campaigning to strike it altogether. I was more suggesting that maybe this is better over in the energy code section as opposed to this part of the code. This is different than smoke detectors or carbon monoxide protectors, because those are life safety issues. This isn't a life safety issue. This is really related more to the energy code, and that's why I was suggesting it maybe would be better in the right code where electricians and stuff are actually looking for it and get a better chance of complying with it.
Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, I think most of my questions have been answered as far as this being a designated circuit, and any electric inspector who comes out will be looking at the equipment that's going to be placed, because I've had that instance where motors that were running on a particular circuit, you change the equipment, the motor size changes, everything has to be geared towards what the potential use could be.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments from council? Oh, I'm sorry, Al, go ahead.
No, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, with that, we will go to public comment, and we have Larry Andrews. Go ahead, your time starts now.
Yeah, the thing that I wasn't involved in this, and I'm just seeing it for about the first time, but what I worry about is you go plug the car in, and the car is going to be in for more than a couple hours. So then the charger that's taking on that circuit, because of the length of time that the charger's being operated, the load needs to be at a 1.25. And so we need to ensure that what we're plugging into that outlet, that that 20 amp circuit, if we have 18 amp draw for hours after hours, that's not adequate. And I really think this needs to be bumped back to the electrical code because of that, because they're the ones that know the equipment more than what we do. And they're going to prescribe something that's going to cover us. Okay. And this is to put this in this part of the code, I don't think is right, because the knowledge that needs to be put through this type of code thing really needs to go through the electricians. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Kim, go ahead.
Hi, I would like to speak in support of 091. I think that there is precedence for having provisions like this in the building code. For instance, minimum required plumbing fixtures is required out of the IBC. Smoke detectors, as discussed, are required out of the IRC. Lighting power allowance is required out of the energy code. So I don't think that the overlap is necessarily an issue. It does seem to be a clear and enforceable code language for code officials to enforce. And I'd like to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak today. This is Chris Edmark with Thurston County. This does not belong in the residential code for the same reasons that Micah outlined. I want to also say is that there was a reference to, well, it's in the lighting is in the energy code. I'm sorry, I don't have electricians on staff. We're not allowed to inspect the electrical code. My inspectors don't have the background to actually make sure that stuff in the lighting section is being installed. Yeah, looks like a dimmer switch. Fine, great, wonderful. I don't know if the electrical inspectors are actually making sure that they work as they get approved on the plans. And as far as even plan review goes, the plans examiners are not electrical plan reviewers. That's my comment. Thank you. Lower hand. Oh, I did my lower hand. Okay.
Martha, go ahead.
Sorry, this was the wrong timing. We're all waiting with bated breath, but this is not the public testimony. I'll sit tight. Sorry.
Okay. Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to support some of the comments that were made by those that feel this should not be in the IRC. I will state that many of our builders are already including these within their new homes, simply because it's consumer demanded. So I don't know that this is necessarily needed in code at all. I'm just going to leave it at that for time's sake. And thank you so much for letting me have the floor.
Okay. Larry, go ahead.
One last thing on the electrical for residential. The majority of the electrical inspections don't happen on the finish of the electrical. And I think you can talk to the electrical. They check the rough in, make sure the wire and the breaker is going to be right. But a large percentage of the time, they're not called back to do the final, and they still get the CEO of the seal of approval in this state. And so that's one thing. They're not coming back, possibly, most likely, not to see what's actually being used. Thank you.
Martha, go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is not public testimony. I'm waiting for that time. I thought,
Okay, so you have to wait for the bullet point to come up on the item. that
I
you-
realize that. I thought I'd lowered my hand a few times now. Apologies.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, we will move this back to council action and discussion. Micah, go ahead.
Can we move back to the main list of items for the IRC tag, please? Historian. And with that, once we get there, I'd like to make a motion that the council support the BFP committee recommended actions and move these proposals further in the public comment process. Thanks.
Do you see the spreadsheet with the colors now?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, my motion is specific to the BFP committee actions, not the tag action. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, so we're looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, Jay with the second, so Micah with the motion, Jay with the second. With that, we'll open it for discussion.
Since I made the motion, I think the tag and the BFP did great work here. Again, I don't want to kill the EV infrastructure portion. I think it needs to come back with a public comment and probably some public comments on some others as well. So again, I want to move all these proposals forward so the public can have a more robust path to provide feedback on this instead of attending just a few tag meetings or a few council meetings. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, and Jay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Micah's motion on this. I do think we need to get public comment, and given some of the technical details, I think that we've had as part of this discussion that we can respond after that. To some of Damon's comments, I'm also my family has 2 electric vehicles and 5 drivers, and the difference between what can happen with your standard 120 volt and something like this really is about whether you're charging your vehicles overnight and they get charged, or they can get charged over a shorter period. And it really makes a difference when you're really using your electric cars if you have that capability. From my own experience, the costs mentioned in this proposal about retrofit versus getting that outlet capacity there in the beginning is significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Further discussion from council. Go ahead, Damon.
Yeah, again, this is something I've included in all my new construction for quite some time, and done up front. It can be a minimal cost where you've got detached garages and such. That could be a different story, but I don't see it as a life safety issue. All garages do have capacity to do some charging now, so I would wish that it was not a part of our proposals here. Thanks.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead.
So just a question, I guess, about 091. This is mandating a circuit be made available and properly sized. It's not mandating the charger actually be installed, or is a charger installation part of this requirement?
No, this mandates the circuit only.
Thank you.
Al, go ahead.
Yeah, so the rest of the recommendations I support. I'm still challenged by including 091 in this section of the code. I understand the desire to go to public comment on it, but I'm hoping that the council will consider putting this in the energy code as opposed to keeping it here, just because it's something that could easily be missed because it's in the wrong section of the code, and our building inspectors won't catch it because we don't have electrical plan reviewers on staff here at the county. That's something we leave Dale and I. So, thank you.
Shell, go ahead.
I guess Al's comment, is it possible based on a public comment from the CR 102 to move something like this into a different code?
Well, if we have a WAC section in the CR 102, we cannot add a different section. For example, let's say we have in the energy code WAC, I don't know, 101, right? And then we decide to move this proposal in the energy code, then it should be moved in a section that currently exists in the CR 102. And I'll ask Krista to disagree with me here because she's been here for a while, but this is how I see it at the moment.
I was going to refer it to Dirk because I think it would be a substantive change to add a new requirement to the energy code that didn't go through the process as part of the energy code. Not everybody looks at all the proposals in all the codes for their requirements. So I have some reservations, but
yeah, I think Krista, I think you put your finger on it. I think that's the right analysis. Would these changes be deemed a substantial revision to the energy code if adopted in the CR 103, which in turn could potentially give rise to a risk of having to redo the rule if it's deemed to be outside scope or a material change to the proposed rules. I can't offer an opinion right now on whether I would need to analyze it, but I would identify that there could be some risk to that.
And Dirk, if we have it for the CR 102, and as Micah is suggesting we can move it to an appendix, can we consider this re-sectioning, re-chaptering as an editorial?
That maybe could be considered a technical change. It would be non-substantive, although if it's, I guess I would note that if it's still a requirement and if you're just recodifying or rechanging it, I don't know if that makes much of a difference, but that's just me talking for now. My view is that making any substantial changes to the code after its adoption, after its proposal, always creates some risk that you'd have to revisit that because it's deemed to be a substantial change to the proposal. And so that would be something you would need to consider as you move forward.
So I guess I don't want it to be implied that I think it should be in the energy code. I was just responding to Al's suggestion that it be moved. But I guess the implication was if we thought it should be moved, we would need to do that today, as opposed to 2 months from now after we have public comment. Okay, that was my question.
Jay, go ahead.
Is it possible for us to list the proposals in both the IRC and the energy code and then make this decision later?
You could do that, but again, it raises some risk of it being deemed a substantial change to the code. In fact, it likely would be. I want to say something about substantial change because we've been through this a few times in the last, making a substantial change between a CR 102 and a CR 103 isn't verboten. You could do it. It just creates a risk of potentially a stakeholder or a member of the public coming in and wanting to have a new full-blown notice and comment period on that. So my view is if you put them in both of the codes now in the CR 102, you'd be likely to be making a substantial change to the code of either one of those codes if it's not adopted in either one of those codes.
Well, it's just a procedure related to procedure question. So currently how we deal with this requirement, CR 102 between CR 102 and CR 103, we withdraw sections. If the council decides to withdraw a section, then it's not considered a significant change versus adding something to the CR 102 that wasn't initially proposed. Is it a correct statement or I misunderstood?
I think the answer is it depends, and we would need to look at it.
Okay.
Provision by provision.
What I'm looking for is what's the right path, because I don't think we're in a position to necessarily decide today, given that this has been reviewed by the BFP tag, but there's some question of where this belongs. What's the easiest path to give us flexibility as we go into public comment?
If it's included in the CR 102, my recommendation, again, I'm not an attorney, so I'll look at Dirk, but my recommendation was if it's proposed in the CR 102, then it's better be proposed now because it's easier again to take it off versus
Right.
making major changes.
And I'm wondering if when we get to the residential energy code, if a motion to include 9.1 in that code in addition to IRC would be appropriate.
I wish I had the answer on that, but I don't.
Al, go ahead.
So if we could add this to the energy code now, and I am concerned a little bit about public testimony when people want to comment on the energy code and they don't see this because they weren't looking in the building code. Have we provided them an opportunity to be holistic in their outlook? I don't oppose moving this to the energy code. I think that's the right place for it to be. And if the way to accomplish that is to do it now, then let's do it now. And that way, when we go to public comment, we give the public a holistic look at the code revisions that we're putting forth.
Okay. Micah, go ahead.
So I do have some concerns with what Dirk said. And if we cannot change titles and section numbers, we would not be technically changing technical language here. The language would remain the same. It would move to an appendices, which would actually be really a title or chapter change, but you're still keeping the same technically discussed language, which a jurisdiction could adopt. So if we cannot, after the vote or after moving this into CR 102, say, hey, this would be better as an appendix, we're not technically changing anything but a title and section number. If we cannot do that, then I'm going to modify my motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I want to be clear. You can make technical changes like that, and that's fine.
Okay, because it would be within the I understand Al's mentioning moving it to a different code, but I am not. I'm keeping it within the same code with the same technical language, just moving out of a chapter and section number to an appendix number or letter. And so,
let me be clear. Technical changes of that sort of renumbering, moving it around in different sections are not material changes and are common.
Thank you very much. Then my motion will remain. Appreciate it.
Senator Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the RCW 34.05.3.340. So it says, unless it complies with subsection 3 of this section, an agency may not adopt a rule that is substantially different from a rule proposed in the published notice of proposed rule adoption or a supplemental notice in the proceeding. And then if an agency contemplates making a substantial variance from a proposed rule described in a published notice, it may file a supplemental notice with the code revisor meeting the requirements of 34.05.320. But wouldn't it be better then to, if you're not clear on what we're doing here, then wouldn't it be better to just reject it and then try to change rather than trying to change it later? Because your questions seem to be, you're going to do this today, but then you're going to fix it later, hoping it's okay. When you've got to be real careful about adopting a rule that is substantially different and not been made in public notice.
Senator Wilson, that's an option as well. And in addition to the time difficulties that we have, because we need to file everything by December 1st, to adopt everything by December 1st, In this case, we will not have any proposal for public comments. So Micah's idea, I think, sorry, Micah, I'm speaking in your behalf, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but if we have it in the package right now, we'll collect some comments, and we may have additional technical details and testimony. So in this case, the council will be able to make a decision based on the additional comments that are received. And then, if we need to start over with the same proposal and run it through another public comment period and public testimony, we can do that as well. So Senator Wilson, what you're proposing is acceptable. And at the same way, if we keep this proposal in the CR 102 and we have to move back to what you said, that's an option too.
Damon, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting a little lost here. So is the intent, if this passes through, to put it as an appendix? I just want to make sure that's clear.
If you're asking me, Damon, on my proposal, that was no. My intent is just to move this further into public comment in anticipation that that could be a public comment from either me as an individual, or maybe through an organization that I work with or something else, or even the proponent may be looking at going that route based on the testimony from the council members today. So I was not intending to make a recommendation to move it to an appendix. However, just to move it forward in the process, since we're not actually making a rule today, we're just moving these into public comment session.
Okay, because I really like the appendix idea, primarily because that's an optional thing for jurisdictions. At the end of the day, you can charge with 20 amps, 30 amps, or 40 amps, 40 amps being the luxury charger. And I don't know that we need to mandate luxury chargers. That's all.
Just, I'll put my head, I have a diploma, only diploma, not knowledge of electrical engineer, but the reason we have 40 amp is because most of the level 2 chargers are 32 amps. So with 32, and as Larry Andrews mentioned, you need continuous load, and so the breaker and the circuit are 40 amps. And then this is taken care of in the electrical code, so we don't want to continue the conversation on that here. But again, the 40 amp is a breaker for and a receptacle for a 32 amp charger.
Right, which is the level 2
yes,
charger.
yeah.
But it wouldn't need to, you wouldn't have to have a level 2 charger with an electric vehicle.
Well, most of the electric vehicles now, they come with level 2 portable, even portable charger. I have my opinion on this, but I don't want to mess up with the process. So most of the electric vehicles now are with bigger batteries and bigger onboard charger. And if you have if your charger allows you level 2 charging and you have 9.2 kilowatts or even 12, then 15 or 20 amps with 120 volts won't do you any favor. Again, we're getting into technicality that we don't.
Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're going to be issuing a proposed rule here, right? You're not just moving it into public comment, you're issuing a rule. So where are we on the Administrative Procedures Act here?
When we proposed a rule, when we filed the CR 102 without proposals, the statute, the Administrative Procedures Act requires the public comment period and the public hearing. And then we will have a work session. The council will have a work session to evaluate all this public testimony and the comments, written comments that we'll receive. And then the formal adoption will come with the CR 103.
But you're proposing the rule today.
It is proposed a rule, yes, in order to follow the procedure and receive the public comments. But using the terminology you're using, yes, it's a proposed rule. That's correct.
A substantially different proposed rule. So if you go back to the RCW again, I mean, are we
No,
just saying, are we just trying to manipulate this to go into the appendix so that it doesn't follow APA? I'm just questioning. I'm just
No,
asking.
so if I'm sorry, I'm going to just jump in for a second because I want to make sure I'm following this right. I think that the question here is whether, before the council will be whether to move these recommendations in as proposed rules for purposes of filing CR 102. And there's not any proposed action to move into appendix or anything else. That would be a reaction to any public comment that you receive. The issue of whether there's a substantial variance would arise when the final rules are adopted. And then the analysis happens. Hey, we had these proposed rules, which we filed with the CR 102. Let's compare them to the rules that were filed for the CR 103. If they're substantially different, then the APA requires that certain things happen.
Okay, but the APA actually limits the rules or the scope of changes then that could be made after comments.
It does in two regards. As you identified in the statute, Senator, there is a requirement that there has to be a supplemental notice to make changes in the event that there's a substantial variance. Alternatively, though, the agency can move forward with substantially different rules, so long as it's the same subject matter. And then that would, but they have to explain the differences in what's called a concise explanatory statement. And then there could be a period of up to 60 days where members of the public can petition to have the rules reviewed and go into a full rulemaking cycle if they are substantially different. So that's the whole framework for dealing with variances. And as you know, and I just want to make everybody's listening know, we're not there yet. This is simply at the CR 102 level right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, then I guess it depends on what you try to change after the rules have been proposed.
It's exactly, yeah. Big.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I suggest that we're probably ready to vote on this. I think that, as I've expressed in the other levels of the TAG and the Standing Committee, the bar for threshold for disapproval is much higher, in my opinion, than that to approve. And on technical merit as proposed, I think there is technical merit. I learned a lot today, so thank you, everyone. And but I haven't learned enough that I would want to disapprove this without hearing more public input, more technical input. So I support this. Thank you.
Micah, go ahead.
I agree with Todd. We're ready to vote, but I do want to thank Senator Wilson for clarifying that. And if I misled anyone, yes, we're doing a proposed rule, not adopting a rule. And so thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
All right, with that, we'll do a roll call.
A clarifying question, the roll call is for all proposals or only for the electric vehicle?
The promotion was for all proposals to be moved forward with the recommendation from the BFP committee.
Chell Anderson?
Yes.
Jay Arnold?
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther?
Aye.
Micah Chappell?
Yes.
Damon Doyle?
Aye.
Al French?
Nay.
Roger Haringa?
Yes.
Bob Hamlin?
Yes.
Craig Holt?
Yes.
Peter Reiki?
Yes.
Katie Sheehan?
Yes.
Caroline Traub?
Yes.
Corey Wilker?
Nay.
Motion carries 11-2.
Okay, excellent. With that, we'll go to the UPC. Plumbing code.
UPC, we have three proposals that were approved, recommended for approval. One approved as modified. There were minor modifications and 2 approved as submitted. And we have 3 disapproved. One of the votes here for proposal 038 was 3 votes yes and 2 no. That's my, and the BFP committee action, the BFP committee disagreed with one of the disapproval recommendations. And I'm sure Corey will provide more details.
Corey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first proposal was discharge piping, and it got approved with everybody in agreement. I didn't vote, I was the chair, but it was regarding the way the TMP discharge piping to eliminate flexes so that there is no kinking and thus eliminate a health hazard. The peak water demand calculator had a lot of discussion because it's a new calculator for flow rates and design. And there was a lot of discussion and a couple opposed because new charts like that, we use one that's been around forever and typically, and this will be new, but it aligns with some of the things we're doing for multifamily and water conservation and energy conservation. So it was ultimately approved. The next 2 were unanimous to oppose just because they're also new and there wasn't, the proponent wasn't there and there was too many conflicts with everything else. So anyway, everybody voted against. The air admittance valve was initially disapproved for a number of reasons, health concerns and procedural. But then the BFP committee overturned that. And then the last one was involving secondary roof drain issues in general for our weather has changed and we get a higher volume in a shorter period of time. And so it was part of this proposal was to upsize scuppers and upsize overflow roof drains to accommodate 2 times the rainfall amount. And that was approved unanimously as well. When we get to the discussion, I have some points to make on proposal 057, but Mike has got his hand up. So.
Okay, so we'll do this one just like the other ones, and just a reminder for the public that we are going to start with council comment and questions. Then we will go to public comment. Once public comment is over, then there is no use to raise hands for the next one because we are not there yet, and it keeps it much cleaner. So, and then we will go back to council for action and further discussion. Micah, go ahead.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Corey, for sharing the tag and all the input and comments and discussion on this. I did want to clarify that 057 does have my name on it on behalf of the Washington Association of Building Officials. And the BFP committee didn't necessarily overturn the tag's disapproval. At the tag, we did request further options, maybe of putting this into an appendix or something else, maybe some guidance on providing some more specifics where people could use these. The air admittance valve is a regular request to code officials under the alternate means and methods, which is under the scoping allowances in all codes. It allows code officials and applicants to come in and say, hey, we want to use something that's not prescribed in the code. And we're going to provide you documentation on why we should be able to use that. And then the code official has the discretion to determine yes or no. When air admittance valves are brought in for that alternate means and methods, I would say 99.9% of the time they're approved. It's very rare that they are not. And those are requested by the plumbers. I mean, they're the folks doing the work. And so those are approved by the code official. However, with this, the level of these that we get over certain jurisdictions, the concerns came in and said, can we put this in the main body of the code as an allowance? It is allowed in the International Plumbing Code. However, it is not allowed in the Uniform Plumbing Code that the state of Washington adopts. So obviously, there is a significant amount of allowance of air admittance valves. And so we believe that this should have been included in the state plumbing code. Since the plumbing code tag felt it did not belong in the body of the code, the request at the BFP committee was to allow, again, an appendix for jurisdictions to have standardized language. So if someone came in and requested this, they can go, yes, install it, size it, do these specific requirements. Here's where it's prohibited to be used, because that does not exist currently under the alternative means and methods. So if a plumber comes in and says, I want to use this under the alternate means and methods, and he just provides some data on the device itself, but doesn't provide any additional data or where he's going to put it or the minimum size or all these other requirements or places is prohibited, and the code official approves it without doing due diligence, yes, that occurs, then these could be put in all kind of various ways, shapes, and forms, and maybe those that are unsafe. I'm sure Corey will talk to the unsafe conditions that this can occur. So with this code language as an optional appendix, this will provide some consistent guidance for code officials to use without having to go through the individualized alternate means and method. Again, it would allow the jurisdiction to adopt that appendix and use it as base consistent language throughout the state. That's why the BFP committee overturned it. Thank you.
Corey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did have discussion. Most of the plumbers are aware of the health and safety concerns. But the former chair of the tag is also, he's on the tag and he was there to assist me as I'm learning. And what closed the discussion was that this proposal does not meet the requirements of the procedure for submittal for proposed statewide amendments, WAC 5104025. And so because it never should have been brought before the tag, because it doesn't meet the requirements. And that's what stopped the discussion. And that's what's ultimately was why it was disapproved. And I'm not sure now procedurally where I go. I am new and I need some help, but the WAC procedures are clear. The statewide and emergency amendments to the building code shall be based on one of the following criteria, and this proposal doesn't do that. So I don't know what the next step is. If I need to make a motion to review that, if it doesn't meet the procedures, does it just revert back to the tag recommendation of disapproved, or do I need to make a motion?
Corey, when you say that it ended discussion, this is just from, I don't know that I'm understanding this or that I recollect this from the BFP, and I apologize if I missed it. Is this new information that was not brought up at the BFP?
Correct. I was out of the office when I did the BFP because I was under the understanding that that would probably just go straight through, and I wasn't ready for the discussion. I did discuss the health concerns, but when I got back to the office and saw my notes, that's when I realized and remembered, and I've since got educated on what that meant from Steve. So anyway.
So Corey, are you saying that at the tag level, what ended it and ultimately disapproved it was concerns over whether it met the WAC and the ability to even push it forward anyway?
Yes, and that's when the call the question happened. It was in that discussion there, it was put out there by Steve, and then we had some discussion about the other stuff. And then Micah asked for an opportunity to discuss it, and the vote happened, and there was nobody that was willing to bring that up for discussion to become an amendment.
Okay. What specifically in the WAC is the issue and why it could not be entertained at the tag level?
This amendment is needed to address critical life. Can somebody pull up 5104025 for the council? But specifically, there are requirements. The amendment is needed to address critical life safety need, which it doesn't. And the amendment needs to clarify intent or application of the code, which it doesn't. The amendment is necessary for consistency with the state or federal laws and regulations, which it doesn't. The amendment corrects errors and omissions, which it doesn't. And the amendment eliminates obsolete, conflicting, and duplicating or unnecessary regulation, which it doesn't.
Okay.
This is Mr. Mark. I'm just jump in real quick to say that those are the standards for considering whether an application to changing the statewide code should be accepted or not. And those are the elements. One or all of those need to be included, determined by the council as having been met in order to accept the application for proposed statewide amendment under this WAC.
Thank you, Derek. Chell, go ahead.
I guess Mike has got his hand up, but my question was, Mike is pretty up on procedures and things like that, and I just wanted to ask him if he agreed, Corey, that it was inappropriate or conflicted with something.
Hey, Shell, I guess I some of these are up for broad interpretation, in my opinion. And they had called the question, and I don't think I got enough time to respond to it. I think it falls under item B of this list, where it is an amendment that would clarify the intent or application of the code. In other words, the intent is to allow alternative means and methods, and you're applying this to that. This would allow jurisdictions to meet that intent of allowing alternate means and methods with consistent criteria and not have to go out for every project. And that was where I believe, like I said, that the interpretation I think is subjective to the individual. I think it falls under item B. I also think it falls under number 1 of the scope of this that says the amendment must address existing model code language, a change in the model code since a previous edition, or an existing state or local amendment to the model code. This amendment is Seattle and King County both have the allowance in the code, their plumbing codes for air admittance valves. So again, I think that under certain criteria that yes, this meets it. And again, I think some of these are open to broad interpretation. I'm probably more liberal with some of them. And maybe in this instance, the plumbing tag was more conservative, and that's okay. But again, I think that we should move this forward somehow for the council to determine. So thanks.
And Micah, just to clarify here, and Corey, I'll call you in just a second. After BFP, the intent is to move it into an appendix and not the model, which then I believe would fall a little more into that clarifying language in B. It's if the jurisdiction would like to. The intent is not to throw it into 903 or the section that was originally proposed. It's the intent
correct
to give the jurisdiction an option, just to clarify for council what BFP's direction was.
Yes, it was to provide an option for a jurisdiction to adopt. I think that also falls under item C, where it's necessary for not necessary consistency for state laws, I apologize. But it provides for consistency for enforcement or enforceable language if it's adopted by jurisdictions, something standardized. So.
Thank you. Corey, go ahead.
It was my understanding from the former chair of the TAG that Seattle or King County's amendments have not been recognized by the state of Washington. Therefore, there is no code to amend. And it's a procedural issue.
Okay. Okay, anything further from council as far as initial discussion with the proposals? Stoyan, if you want to reshare the screen there. Okay, with that, we're going to move to public comment. We have Larry Andrews and Larry.
Okay, it just came up. Go ahead.
Point of order. I'm trying to clarify if there's a procedural error. Can I get some help? If there is, then this further discussion won't matter.
Okay.
Do I need to make a motion?
Well, what's the procedural?
it doesn't comply with WAC 510425 procedure for submittal of proposed statewide amendments. It doesn't meet the criteria.
Okay, so if I'm understanding Derek correctly, that is up to council. So would we want to vote on whether, as council, whether that meets the intent of that WAC? Do we need to do that before moving forward?
Yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't even consider this a strictly procedural question. It's kind of a substantive question. Do these proposed amendments meet the criteria in the WAC and more generally in the statute, which these WAC provisions reflect? And if the council believes the answer is no, then you wouldn't want to move forward. If you believe that it does, then you can push it forward.
Okay, so we would then at this point, in order to move forward, we would need a motion to get a vote from the council to whether we agree or disagree on that.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay.
Point of order, I'm unclear on whether the motion is that we accept or deny the proposed amendment in 57.
Corey, would you like to clarify?
My position is that this proposal does not meet the criteria of WAC 510425. Statewide amendments to the building code shall be based on one of the following criteria. A, the amendment is needed to address a critical life safety need. B, the amendment clarifies the intent or application of the code. C, the amendment is necessary for consistency with state or federal laws and regulations. D, the amendment corrects errors and omissions. E, the amendment eliminates obsolete, conflicting, or duplicating or unnecessary regulation. In the process, it does not address a life safety need. It doesn't clarify the intent or application of the code because there is no code adopted to reflect the change. The consistency with state or federal laws doesn't apply. Correct errors and omissions doesn't apply. And there is no unnecessary regulation.
I've never advised on this before, but Micah made a fair point, which is, the language can be construed narrowly or maybe not so narrowly. And I think one thing that I would note as council members consider whether this specific proposal meets any one of those criteria, we want to take that into account.
Mr. Chair, I also have 2 pages of health and safety issues involving these devices, which I can go into later.
Okay. I'm gonna throw another wrench into this, because if the motion is that 510425, that Prop 57 does not meet the intent of 510425 as adopted code language, as a council member, I would feel differently about my vote, whether it was code language or an appendix. And so I think that needs to be clarified as well in your motion, Corey.
Again, I'm looking at the motion as it was proposed, right? And the problem with putting it into appendix is that, well, there are health hazards associated with it, and I'll go into those later. So I guess, what is it that you wanted to clarify? My proposal is to go back to the TAG's recommendation to disapprove.
Okay.
Based on this proposal doesn't have merit.
Understood. Okay. We'll go in order. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been using these air admittance valves since the mid-90s. I did get good information from Corey when I sat through the meeting a couple days ago. I've yet to have a customer complain or have any history of one failing. But as to whether it's appropriate or not due to 025, how certainly if this one is not, then the vehicle charging circuit definitely does not qualify to anything in 025. So interesting points.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, just want to clarify something. If we use the same argument, we have to disapprove 2/3 of the proposals.
Well, wait, hold on a second. I don't know. Wait. I don't know if that's true. Here's wait. Actually, maybe I'm going to offer something.
That should be a decision by the council. And when the proposal goes through, I'll shut up.
Yeah, so actually I'm going to frame that up in a slightly different way. But I also want people to be mindful of the time here because we have a 2 o'clock stop on our agenda, and I don't want us to lose sight of that as we move forward. As we take a look at this WAC and at the underlying statutes, be mindful of the fact that nothing requires the council to make this determination as a predicate, right, before taking a vote on the merits. So what I would suggest is that when the council makes a determination as to whether or not it wants to accept or approve a proposed statewide amendment, these are the factors which would guide your determination, but it's ultimately up to the council. I don't think that there is anything that I could point to in this WAC as I look at it, or in the statutes, which say you're precluded from considering the merits of this because you've made a determination first that it doesn't meet any one of these. Does that make sense? In other words, I think one thing that I would suggest might be not a great practice would be to have this sort of consideration before each proposed amendment is offered up, because then we're going to be spending a lot of time walking through each one of those specific provisions when the WAC and the statutes don't require that. They require that the decisions to adopt an amendment have to be based on one or more of those, but it doesn't say that there has to be a finding or determination by the council that each one or more of those or all of them have been met.
Thank you, Derek. Jay, go ahead.
Derek, thank you. That's very helpful in this. But since we have a motion on the table, I would say that many of the questions and issues that Corey has brought up can be dealt with during public comments. And I am comfortable, given what we've heard from Micah, both on efficiency and consistency, to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Micah, go ahead.
Again, I appreciate Corey's points. I'm not necessarily opposed to his motion currently on the tag recommendation, but once you move it to an appendix, I do believe it falls under the clarifying amendment for the intent and application of the code. In other words, if you've got an alternate method, this is a way for a jurisdiction to approve that and stay consistent. So again, Corey, I'm not disagreeing with you at the tag level, but with the modification for it to be an appendix, I will disagree with you. So again, I think we should move it forward based on the BFP action to move this into an appendices that's allowed to be used or utilized by individual jurisdictions through adoption by that jurisdiction. Thanks.
Joel, go ahead.
Is it in order to make a motion to extend this meeting at this point?
That would be ideal. We wouldn't. Corey, are you, after Corey's comment, I'm hoping we're ready to vote. Can we do it right after the vote to get this part out of the way?
Okay.
Let's do that. Okay, Corey, go ahead.
So in discussions with Steve again this morning, the proponent doesn't have any information submitted. So I would ask, would you please provide in writing as a matter of record, which jurisdictions are identifying this to be a paperwork burden and why? And there's some other questions I have, and there's a lot of information to share with this council regarding the health and safety concerns. So if we move forward right now, we're going to vote whether or not this has merit to continue, right? And if we get that out of the way, we got enough time to extend the meeting. Is that what you're after?
Yes, as long as we can keep a quorum. I don't
And
know
I'm
if all
prepared.
that's
I'll call the vote.
okay. Go ahead and do a roll call.
Chell Anderson,
And just to be clear, my understanding of the motion is to find that there is no merit to the proposal. Is that correct? So a yes vote says there is no merit to the, or it conflicts with the WAC or something, correct?
Does not meet the requirements of WAC 510425.
And it is currently an appendix as approved by the BFP. Sorry,
That's the recommendation from the BFP. And so by voting yes on the motion, it would take it off the table.
no.
Jay Arnold,
No.
Todd Bayreuther,
No.
Micah Chappell,
No.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Al French,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
No.
Craig Holt,
No.
Peter Reiki,
No.
Katie Sheehan,
No.
Caroline Traub,
No.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-11.
Okay, with that, before continuing this, we need to extend the meeting. So with that, I would like to just see what everyone's time frame is. Does anyone have to leave at 2? Roger, go ahead.
I am walking through security and about to board a plane, so I have to leave right about 2.
Okay, I have to leave at 2:30, so I can extend to 2:30. Does anyone else have to leave?
I have to leave at 2:30 as well.
Okay.
Same.
Do we get paid overtime?
Yes.
Double.
Jill, go ahead.
I was gonna make a motion to extend the meeting by an hour and a half to 3:30. I don't expect to not have comments on when we get to the energy code, and we still have the emergency rule to consider, but I think it's really important as well. So the motion is to extend the meeting from 2 until 3:30.
Okay. We have a motion on the table.
Second.
We have a second. Discussion, Jill?
I think we have a lot of business to take care of today, and I hope everyone is aware of the time and the importance of getting through all of these things today with thorough but pithy discussion.
Roger? This might be a residual. Al?
So, sorry, I didn't take my hands off.
Oh, that's okay, Roger. Thank you. Al, go ahead.
Yeah, I could hang around until 2:30. I got a group of people outside my office that are waiting for a 2:00 meeting. You know, when we posted it's going to end at 2, I scheduled that accordingly. So I got 5 minutes to tell them we're going to have to reschedule, but beyond 2:30, I'm gone.
Okay, thank you. Micah?
I just have a question if our new co-chair is able to take over and stay until that late. And then if not, or if we do not have a quorum, my question would be to Stoyan, should we discuss a special meeting that would need to be scheduled And since you have the entire council on here, at least a good majority of them, maybe it would be a good time to get that answer before I vote.
On the
I think
second
that-
question, yes. On the second question, yes, we will need a special meeting to go over the energy code.
Okay. And then Damon, are you able to stay till 3:30 or just 2:30?
2:30, well, yeah, 2 o'clock was my target. I could definitely go to 2:30, but I have some things that do need to get completed today.
Okay.
3:30 is probably beyond that.
So at this time, we have 5 people that will be gone between now and 2:30. Will we still have a quorum?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I'm gonna be gone at 2:30 also.
So that's 6 people gone by 2:30.
And I will as well.
That's
Sorry.
7 people gone by 2:30.
Okay, I'm gonna amend my motion if I can to end the meeting at 2:30. We will not have a quorum after that. based on-
Okay. Okay.
It's okay with
Representative-
me. Second that.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for the clarification there. Representative Ramel, go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate this discussion. We've got a ton of people that are here to give public comment on this. Can we prioritize with the time that we have left? Is it appropriate to prioritize people who've been waiting to give public comment, and then we can sort of have the council discussion at the emergency meeting to be called?
Representative Ramel, I appreciate your question and I understand the frustration. My initial concern is that we probably at a minimum need to get through UPC, and with the amount of people here that showed up for public comment, I don't know that 30 minutes gives the group enough justice. And as difficult as it is to say that the best opportunity would be for the basically the emergency meeting that we're gonna have to set, I think that would be the best, but I will listen to council's recommendation on that. Micah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm open to moving the WUI code to the special meeting. I know we had a couple of tables we wanted to work on anyway, so I will be perfectly fine moving the energy code up in our bullet pointed list. So thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'm also willing to just move the UPC to the special meeting as well in order to accommodate the people that are here. The discussion I need to have with the council is lengthy, and I don't know that we'd finish in a half hour anyway.
Thank you, Corey. Caroline?
Likewise for the mechanical code.
Thank you. Damon?
I think if we get into the energy code, there's no possible way that half an hour is going to be adequate. So I kind of agree with you, Tony, that I think people would be better served if they had a much bigger time slot to be able to discuss it.
Agreed. At this rate, it's looking like the energy code, the WUI, and the IMC and fuel gas, and the emergency rule probably will all need to be moved to the next meeting in order to get through them with proper public comment and discussion. Is that kind of the temperature of the room right now?
Yes.
Okay. Damon, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that the emergency rule, because timing is critical on this, that we might have time to go through that.
Okay. Jay, go ahead.
Point of clarification, would it be possible, given the number of people that are on, to hear public comment without us actually continuing any council discussion and action to the next meeting? That way we respect the people that are interested in participating in the process.
Okay, I like that, Jay. Representative Ramel, is the public comment on the emergency rule or the residential energy code that you are concerned with?
I heard a lot of folks saying they wanted to talk about the residential energy code, but I imagine there's some of both. And I'm just cognizant that folks have been waiting for 4 hours in this meeting for a chance to get their 1 minute. And whatever, as many of those folks as we could accommodate today would be my suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I'm wondering if do we need to make a motion to table the UPC because we opened it for discussion?
Yes, we have a motion on the table now, though, so we have to vote on that one first. So so right now we have a motion to extend to 2:30. I think there's been enough discussion on that. And so if we can just do a a vote on that. All those in favor to extend to 2:30, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Okay, motion carries. Go ahead, Corey.
I would make a motion to table the UPC co-proposals until the emergency meeting.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Micah?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily in favor of that motion. I think we've already got most of the way through this. I would be surprised if the entire council wants to kill a proposal before it's allowed to go out for additional public comment. So I would urge voting against this motion so we could actually move the UPC items further into the process for discussion.
Okay, Corey.
Mr. Chair, I have a lot of information to relay to the council regarding the health and safety effects of these devices. So I believe it would take me longer than the time we have remaining to share that information and discussion.
Okay. Damon?
Or is it possible to submit that so we have that prior to the next meeting, that documentation? I'm certainly curious.
I have some notes written for just verbal discussion because of this venue, so I can prepare something and send it through. You can also Google the effects of sewer gas. I have some points to make as well, and I was going to do a show and tell to explain what these things are. And so I will get something together and send it.
Thank you. Micah?
Still disagreeing with it. Again, we're looking at the BFP action and not necessarily the tag action for disapproval, and the reasons for disapproval to tag. It would be for the moving this into an appendices. So I speaking opposition again. That's okay. Let's vote.
Okay, roll call, please. This is to table the UPC conversation for the next meeting. Go ahead.
Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Nay.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Roger Haringa. I think he's gone. Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Craig Holt,
Aye.
Peter Reiki,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Caroline Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 11-1. Okay, with that, Representative Ramel, do you have anything further?
I don't have a motion to make at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, procedurally, Carolyn, go ahead.
Well, I guess, do we need to, Tony, make a motion to move the residential code up in the bullets on the agenda so that we can move into public comment on that?
That was my next question. I believe procedurally that is what we have to do. And so we would be looking for a motion to move the energy code residential and make that available for public comment.
So moved.
Second, Micah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. With that, what we're going to do, based on the conversation we've had, we are going to open up the energy code residential. If you want to go to that spreadsheet, Stoyan, and share that.
I will let Krista take care of the energy code.
Okay. Thank you, Krista.
It's there, really, really, it's there. Hang on.
Okay, and now would be the time for the public to go ahead and raise their hands if they would like to speak on this. And we will go with 1 minute per participant. And we will start with Johnny. Johnny, go ahead, and your time starts now.
Thank you so much, Chair and other council members. I'm just voicing support today for the heat pump proposals. I worked on these proposals with Sean with New Buildings Institute. We realized that that this is the way that we need to go. Washington State Energy Strategy shows that building electrification is the most cost-effective way to reach our climate goals. And through the economic analysis that was done for these code proposals, we found that they were cost-effective. I'll keep it short. I think that we should vote in favor. And I know there's a lot of people here that came to testify today. I hope we're going to be able to hear from most of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim Lazar.
Thank you very much. I want to urge the council strongly to move forward with 065 and 066, the heat pump and heat pump water heater amendments. I think you should also move forward with 064, the all electric amendment. These are essential for life safety of the planet. Your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren will starve if we don't deal with climate change and stop the collapse in global agriculture. This is essential. Please move ahead. Thank you.
Brian.
Hi, thank you to the members of the State Building Code Council for providing this opportunity to testimony. My name is Brian DeHart, and I'm a resident of Bellevue. I'm a Sierra Club member as well as a UX designer and musician. And I urge the State Building Code Council to move forward all residential energy code proposals to public comment. Homes and buildings are one of the largest and fastest growing sources of climate pollution in Washington. And the residential buildings are a major contributor to climate change. And we must start the transition to clean electricity. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Gordon, go ahead.
Hello, I want to thank the members of the Building Code Council. My name is Gordon Wheat. As a physician and chair of the Olympia Physicians Climate Task Force, I see two major public health issues which relate to the same issues having to do with the heat pumps and ventilation. First, only a tiny fraction of residents cooking with gas consistently use their ventilation hood, and many ventilation systems are inadequate. Even the AMA has now warned of the danger of cooking with gas. Second, my wife and I experienced the heat wave a year ago and then installed a heat pump. In the next heat wave, the cooling will greatly reduce our risk of heat stress, a common form of heat injury that can be quite harmful even in the absence of heat stroke. Speaking of heat stroke, the Washington Emergency Medical System nearly collapsed last June. Valley Medical Center had heat stroke victims arriving every 5 minutes, all requiring highly intensive care.
Thank you, Gordon. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rick Marshall. I live and work in Camas, Washington. I've worked in and out of residential construction for over 30 years. I've worked as a hands-on builder and remodeler, construction manager for Habitat for Humanity, and as a developer and investor. You know, the benefits of moving to all electric construction are clear and compelling, and I urge the council to consider any measures that help us move to all electric new construction. Frankly, I'm a little baffled that we're even debating all electric buildings at this time. We started building all electric over 3 decades ago. And our experience has been that if you build the cost-effective energy efficiency standards, then putting gas or other supplemental heat into a home just doesn't make sense. Thanks again for giving me a chance to speak today. I appreciate the good work you guys are doing. Thanks.
Holly, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Holly Towns. I'm a licensed mechanical engineer specializing in building energy efficiency since 1976, including working for two public utilities in Washington, SNOPUD and PSC. Homes and buildings are the second largest and fastest growing sources of climate pollution in Washington. Your advisory groups have thoughtfully reviewed and vetted proposals to meet the state requirements for reducing energy use. I therefore urge you to move all residential energy code proposals forward for public comment. I particularly support heat pumps for space and water heating. ASHRAE, the Professional Society of the HVAC industry, advises it is time to start moving to heat pumps as the next cost-effective way to meet the climate crisis, especially in areas moving to a clean grid such as Washington State. Please step up to address our use to spare that we are not acting quickly enough to meet this already cost.
Thank you, Holly. Joseph, go ahead. Joseph, the floor is yours.
Hey friends, we've got to electrify our climate solutions in front of our eye. We must electrify all our Washington houses. We got to electrify. Can't let another year go by. Think of all our sweet grandchildren and even their spouses. Now on natural gas, it sure is a fossil fuel, y'all. Don't let their industry greenwash us and play us all for fools. You electrified all our large stores and buildings. Extend it now to housing for all of our children. Thank you, SBCC, for helping electrify. Thank you for helping electrify.
Hey, thank you, Joseph. Ken, go ahead.
My name is Ken Zirinsky. I'd like to thank the members of the State Building Code for giving me this opportunity to provide testimony. I'm a retired physician and I reside in the city of Tacoma. I'm here today to ask the State Building Code Council to present the complete package of proposed residential and code amendments for public comments, including the proposal for the use of heat pumps, a transition to total building electrification, and the elimination of the use of natural gas for space heating, water heating, and cooking in buildings would substantially improve the health of the citizens of Washington. Outdoor air pollution from combustion of fuel for heating in buildings has been shown to cause severe health problems such as cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, stroke, asthma, autism, and premature mortality. In summary, I strongly urge the State Building.
Thank you, Ken. David, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm David Morton. I support the all-electric and heat pump energy code proposals. I ask the council to move all these energy code proposals forward for public comment. Thank you.
Ray, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today to speak in opposition of Proposal 084. I feel that the International Residential Code has been written for a reason, not to single out occupancies to other code books. We've had it done in other amendments, and it's kind of become a interpretation nightmare. So I'm just asking that we turn down 084 and turn it over to the residential code. Not saying I'm against what's in it. I'm just thinking that it should be kept in the residential code with different restrictions. Thank you very much.
Sean, go ahead.
Thank you, Sean Deniston, New Buildings Institute, the proponent of 065 and 066, and a resident of Vancouver, Washington. I urge you to move forward the full package, but especially these two proposals. I know that there have been many stakeholders with concerns about these proposals, but the only way that we can have a robust discussion of those concerns and the counter arguments is to send them out to public comment. This is how we have that public discussion. And so I urge the committee to send it out for public comment so that we can finish this discussion. And I really want to emphasize what a robust process the TAG went through to get to this set of recommendations. Thank you very much.
Rich, go ahead.
My name is Richard Vogt and I live in Seattle. Our legislature passed the Climate Commitment Act, which requires a 95% reduction in emissions by 2050. That won't be achievable if we continue to expand and not reduce fossil fuel infrastructure and install gas appliances which can last over 30 years. Adopting clean codes will save homeowners money by avoiding costly retrofits in the future as our state increasingly moves to electrification. As a state agency, don't your building codes need to be consistent with state law? Please don't help the gas utilities circumvent the intent of state laws by enabling them to expand their infrastructure to new housing. I urge you to move forward all the electrical energy code proposals for public comment. Thank you.
Andrea, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time today. This is Andrea Smith from the Building Industry Association of Washington. Just wanted to reiterate our concerns with proposals 65 and 66. These proposals together would add an estimate of $3,200 to $11,200 onto the final sales price of a house for homes built under this code. This would then result in about 24,000 families losing access to home ownership, which we know is the only way to reduce the gap between household income and intergenerational wealth. Additionally, the legislature opted not to do a ban on natural gas, and these proposals do exactly that. There is no legislative mandate to ban natural gas, and so we would recommend that these proposals be rejected in the final package. Thank you so much.
Virginia, go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Virginia Lohr from Vashon. My personal values derive from my Quaker heritage and include peace, equality, integrity, and environmental stewardship. These are all threatened by climate change, which most impacts those that have done the least to cause it. I want to thank the Council for taking prudent action on clean energy codes for commercial buildings. Now is the time to extend this to residential buildings. Please advance all amendments so the codes will enable us to discuss all of the ways that we can build for the future, not the past. Thank you.
John, go ahead. John, go ahead.
Sorry, hopefully you can hear me now. My name is John Matheson. I'm a professional engineer and I'm here to speak in favor of clean codes and moving forward all residential code proposals. I'm also Washington Society Professional Engineer Seattle President, IEEE Senior Member, PES Society, Power Energy Society, and ISA Seattle Section Trustee. National Society of Professional Engineers, NSPE Code of Ethics, encourages engineers to adhere to the principles of sustainable development in order to protect the environment for future generations. We are ethically bound to hold paramount the safety, health, and welfare of the public. Getting frack gas out of homes and residential construction does just that. The availability of fracked gas is primarily for the purposes of, in my opinion, lazy engineers, lazy contractors, and lazy developers who seem unable to cope with doing the right thing. Professionals, we have no responsibility to make it easy for people who promote non-sustainable residential heating. Please don't accept the arguments
Thank you, John. Robert, go ahead. Robert, the floor is yours. Robert? Okay, moving on to Bill. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bill and I'm a Sierra Club volunteer and Seattle resident.
Oh, sorry, Robert. That's on me.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
That's my. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, okay, yeah. Hi, my name is Bill and I'm a Seattle resident and Sierra Club volunteer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm advocating in favor for advancing the proposals to electrify. I think the reason I'm here and a lot of people are here testifying is that we want to make sure that there's a livable, sustainable future in our communities and around, the world. I know 5 years ago, I didn't know like what was a good AQI number for air quality or what heat dome is. And, now I do. Last year in the big heat dome event, there was a street near my house that buckled and had to be repaired. And so these global warming, disasters, they're, very expensive and very dangerous. So I think electrifying is the way to go. Thanks.
Pat, go ahead.
Unmute. Yes, I'm Pat Holm and a resident of Olympia. I'm a retired ecology employee and a grandparent of 2. I'm here to tell you about my family's positive experience with heat pumps. Last fall, I had a heat pump installed at my granddaughter's house for about $6,000. The house had baseboard heat and was very expensive to run. And so now, this past winter, she's had a bill of about $80 instead of $200. And so she's been very warm all year, and she's really looking forward to the cooling aspect of that heat pump this summer because it's a very hot house. So knowing this and the heat dome last year, I vowed to get heat pumps for all 3 of our houses. And I just signed a contract yesterday for my daughter's house, and she has gas heat, so I'm.
Thank you, Pat. Joelle, go ahead.
Hi, Joelle Robinson from Climate Solutions. Thank you all so much for your hard work. A lot of elected leaders and doctors and others were on today, but weren't able to stay the whole time. So I wanted to note their names. Councilmember Ryan Mello from Pierce County, Councilmember Derek Young from Pierce County, Councilmember Ty Menser from Thurston County, Dr. Chris Covert Bowles, Councilmember Victoria Hunt from Issaquah, the Mayor of Bothell, Mason Thompson, John Grant, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Low Income Housing Institute, and Washington State Representative Davina Doer, as well as Councilmember Lisa Parshley from Olympia, Climate Justice Director from the Lands Council, Nagmana Shirazi, Melinda Hughes, Executive Director of Thurston Climate Action Team.
Thank you, Joelle. Scott, go ahead. Scott, go ahead. Scott Peterson, go ahead. Okay, Melinda, go ahead.
Hello, just getting my screen here moving. My name is Melinda Hughes. I'm the Executive Director of Thurston Climate Action Team, where our work focuses on reducing greenhouse gases and climate justice. I hold a master's in environmental law and policy from Vermont Law School with focuses on energy law and climate change law. Worked in the environmental field now for almost 30 years, including on the effects of methane. Methane is not a friend. Most people consider their homes to be their safe place, but until we remove toxins like methane, we know that homes are not actually safe and far from healthy. We urge the council to move the residential energy code proposals forward for public comment. In addition to what I mentioned above, I'm also working with a team with hundreds of engineers across the globe to green the construction industry. We're making great strides in doing so. Technology is moving forward in light of climate change. State building codes should as well. Thank you for your time.
Monica, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Monica. Monica, are you there?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Our group Alliance for Community Engagement, and I humbly ask you all to move all residential energy code proposals forward to public comment, because I was on a Zoom call this past Sunday with the director of the movie Don't Look Up. If you haven't seen it yet, it's showing on Netflix. One of the speakers said that he knows a man that knows a scientist that was the leading scientist for the UK government, and he went to a local pub last week with him, and he asked the scientist what the world would look like in 2100 with the way things are at the moment. And the scientist looked at the man and said, they're all going to die. Billions of people are going to die. The rainforest will be gone. Major food shortages will happen all over the earth, and the planet's temperature is headed for 3 degrees Celsius. I have an 8-year-old son, and I am 7 months pregnant. I will fight till my dying days for my boys, for everyone else, and for the creatures on this planet. I'm part of 10 different local environmental groups because I know there is a way to get people to wake up to our climate crisis, and I will find it. I got to. We have a responsibility to future generations for a livable planet, and this planet is our only home. Let's treat it right. Thank you for the.
Thank you, Monica. Neil, go ahead.
My name is Neil Anderson, and I want to first say thank you for updating the commercial building code to require heat pumps in new construction. State law requires that we virtually eliminate greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And while natural gas can be made slightly cleaner with RNG or hydrogen, it will never come close to zero emissions. So if brand new gas heating systems were still being put in during construction, the building owners would eventually need to replace them with electric versions. By updating the energy code, a lot of building owners were saved from a major expense that they would have faced in the next few decades. But of course, for residential construction, this is even more important. We don't want individual homeowners to be responsible for the cost of swapping out their gas systems either. Let's not put that burden on future homeowners by allowing new homes be built with gas heating systems that we know will be obsolete soon. So I ask that you please move all 3 electric energy code proposals forward so that all options to prevent these future expenses remain on the table. Thank you.
Davina, go ahead.
Hello, members of SBCC. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Rep. Dewar from the 1st District. The legislature has set aggressive targets to reduce carbon emissions and construct energy efficient buildings. The SBCC can assist in meeting our clear legislative intent by establishing a pathway toward clean electrification for new residential buildings. We need a code that requires electric heat pump technology for water heating and space heating and cooling, as the fossil fuel counterparts of these appliances account for the majority of emissions in the building sector. As a mother, I'm concerned as we're witnessing unprecedented natural disasters across the state and globe. We must use every lever available to quickly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect our children's future. As an architect, I know that codes can create change. For all the reasons mentioned above and more, we urge the SBCC to pass the proposed changes to the residential energy code. Thank you.
Liz, go ahead.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you, council members. Liz Reichart, Department of Commerce, voicing our support for the entire package put forward by the hardworking Energy Tag, including both heat pump proposals. Just want to offer a perspective from the 2021 Washington State Energy Strategy, which provides a least cost roadmap for meeting the state's greenhouse gas emissions limits The energy strategy found that heat pumps are the most efficient, energy efficient technology for space and water heating. The strategy recommends a significant market shift to heat pumps and that all new construction be built with electric space and water heating due to the efficiency, lifetime cost savings, and health benefits. So we strongly support this package as it aligns new construction with the state's energy and efficiency mandates. Thanks for your time.
John, go ahead.
Thank you, John Frankel, Northwest Natural, speaking in opposition to the heat pump requirements for space heat and water heat. According to the Washington Department of Ecology, all residential direct natural gas accounts for a direct use of natural gas accounts for only 4.9% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions. The outcome of this code will affect only new construction and will potentially reduce roughly 1.5% of the Washington's greenhouse gas emissions. It's not much. And that emissions level has been addressed by an informed legislature through the Climate Commitment Act. It is law and the gas utilities will decarbonize. So if it doesn't substantially decarbonize, what does forced electrification through code do? It eliminates choice, an important value for Washingtonians. It incurs complication, reduces resilience, reduces design flexibility, incurs higher upfront costs and higher operating costs. During a time when we are facing increasing housing affordability issues and housing availability crisis, and of course, we're most likely sliding into recession. So given these facts and that much of the tag process, as discussed, was arbitrary and capricious, we strongly recommend that the SBCC not advance forced electrification in a residential building code through 065 and 066.
Okay, with that, unfortunately, we are out of time. We are at the 2:30 mark. The other items on the agenda will have to be moved to our special meeting that we have to do. And so with that, unless Stoyan has final comments.
We didn't discuss the date for the special meeting. Next week, 24th, July 1st, earlier than that, any recommendations, suggestions?
I think
I can't do it next Friday. And I would like to be there to introduce the energy code.
So can all council members send me an email with preferable date and I will see what I can do?
Yes. Council members, please be sure to send Stoyan an email today. As far as availability next week for a council meeting, that's probably going to be the most efficient thing moving forward, don't you think, Stoyan?
Yes, I agree with that, but if it's not possible next week, then we need to figure out. We really need this because the council needs time to work on the CR 102.
Okay, so emails incoming to our director Stoyan for the State Building Code Council, and we will get something on the schedule for our special council meeting. Briefly, thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you to the public for showing up and being patient. I understand this process gets frustrating at times, but thank you all for your work and does not go without notice. And thank you for all those that participated. And with that, I will adjourn and hope everyone has a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
Mr. Chair.
Nice job, Tony.
Thank you.
Thanks all. Have a great weekend.
You too.